Awaken the God within. God is within you. Don't sleep on your heaven for yourself on earth. Hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven. Tap into the frequency of God. Tap into the frequency of miracles. Tap into the frequency of cosmic powers in divine alignment. Right use of God's law. Free will and God's law forevermore. Y'all know what it is, man. Disclaimer, only God is real. Everything else is for entertainment purposes only, so do not get yourself confused. But you do have free will, so do what you do. But watch my shoes, because I am a big step in the spirit, and I will step on you, all right? So fasten your seatbelts. You have been warned, all right? This is God therapy for the sons of God, the spirit, the soul, the consciousness inside of the vessel, using the vessel, you know what I'm saying, with the cosmic power of free will. So if you can understand that, welcome, have a great time. This is a hyperbolic time chamber, a meeting of the minds, a meeting of the sons of God. The sun is the mind, the soul is the mind, the psyche is the mind, the soul, the psyche, psychology, psychotherapy. Welcome to therapy. This is God therapy, all right? So we don't talk to humans. We only talk to God. If you are not God, if you don't identify as God, if you don't see as God or hear as God, you're not going to see or hear us in the proper light. All right? If you don't see as God or hear as God, you're not going to see us in the proper light. It just is what it is. All right? It's not going to make sense to you because your senses are limited. You're insensitive. That's just it what it is. All right? So, yeah, awaken the God within, awaken your sixth sense, your extrasensory perception. Dive in, tap into the frequency of God. We saying frequency because your heartbeat, the rate at which your heart beats creates a frequency, and there are different frequencies for different emotions and different emotional energy and motion moves in waves and particles. So when we refer to frequencies, we're saying there's a frequency, there's a rate that you can tap into miracles, Christ consciousness, God consciousness. All right, so increase your frequency, the positive energy, the blood flow, the oxygen, you know what I'm saying, to the brain. Squeeze the PCO electric crystals when you vent. If ventriculate, you need to vent. You got to prevent preventable illnesses. All right, if you can understand that, run it up, man. Nobody can use your free will for you, so nobody can get your message for you either. So a lot of y'all get messages that others don't, and the message, it don't really go as far as your ability to apply it. So if it don't apply, let it fly, because we all in the sky, we in the air as co-heirs with Christ. All right, so y'all know what it is. We in the air as, you know what I'm saying, co-heirs. I mean, you breathing in air anyway. Y'all know how the poetry goes. Go our poetry. What up, though, John? Brother, that's love, man. We in the building. You know what it is. God's building. You know what I'm saying? The Matrix. It may trick you. Tricks are for kids, all right? Become the living son of God. What up, though, Rod? J is love. Salutation, salute to all the sons of God, man. That John 1:12, man. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to all of the KO guards coming into the building. Y'all know what it is. We are all co-guards. Co means with. We are all with God. I am KO God, co-God. God means creator. I am co-creating my own reality, my own version of heaven on earth in cooperation with God's internal laws. Also, I am co-creating with the co-creators, all right? My brothers, my sisters, my others, all right? We are all co-creating as one community under God, creating heaven on earth. You feel me? So that's the way we rocking, practicing, reaping what we sow every day in a row your boat. All right, facts. Your human vessel as the puppet master, as the ventriloquist, venting, preventing preventable illnesses. All right. Y'all know what it is, man. Shout out to all the sons of God. I am the son of God, the living son of God. And the World War III is the spiritual war. The spiritual war is us versus the trolls. Those who don't know how to think as God's sons, but only as lost souls. The Romans roaming the world, not knowing, you know what I'm saying, the difference between right and wrong, up and down, left, right, God, not God. All right, so World War III is me versus the trolls, all right? The carnal minds, all right? And for all of you carnal-minded human identities, I am above you all right? That's why everything I say go over your head, because I am above you. Anybody feel like I'm talking down on them is because they're looking up. How could you look up if you wasn't down? Get your ass up here right now. All right, facts, get up off the ground. Uh, Facts, man. That's love. I love you too, Camilo. You know what it is. What up, though? Kakarot the God. You know what it is, man. I'm glad you're in the building. Subscribe. Y'all put some love on the live. Let the algorithm know that we live. We back outside and we finna turn it up, man. You know, we rise. We that ball of fire in the sky, the son of God that shines so we all can see. It's the same God inside of you, same God inside of me. The air, the oxygen that we all breathe. You feel me? So, y'all know what it is. Ain't no escaping the truth. The truth is what it is, man. Either you rock or you roll. Either way, we're gonna rock and roll. You feel me? On to the next one. What up, though? Athletics, Choice Entertainment, man. Grand Rise and shine on the mall. You already know what it is. Good morning. We gonna grand rise and radiate. We die every day. Good morning. Then we rise every, man, y'all know what it is. Right before your eyes. You dig me? While they mourn, we rise. You feel me? Right before their eyes, even though they despise. Real eyes recognize real eyes. The eye of God. The sons of God. That's that John chapter 1, verse 12, I do believe. John, let me get y'all. Yeah, John chapter 1, verse 12. Facts. You feel me? So, welcome, all of you sons of God. If you don't know you're the son of God, stay tuned because you are. All right, you're gonna find out today. Boys cranking them things up out here, man. Yeah. But walking in your true identity is very important, man. It's crucial. So y'all get ready for that, man. Finna wrap my hands up right quick. Man, y'all put some love on the live. Y'all subscribe. The sons of God are back outside. The sun is God's consciousness in motion. All right? I am God's consciousness in motion. That's facts. Man, if you can understand that, I swear you one of them ones, man. If y'all know y'all are one of the ones, the only one, the God, the only one God, man. Y'all put some ones in the chat, man. Y'all run it up. We finna just warm up. We finna feel good. We finna give God the glory. Today is our day. We gonna use our free will to conquer our day, to make our consequences flow in divine alignment. Facts. All glory be to God, man. Like I said, we are the sons of God. We are God's consciousness having human experiences. That's facts. Facts. My boy said, those who are led of God is called the son of God. If you don't have the Holy Ghost, you don't have God. We all have the Holy Ghost. The Holy Ghost is the Spirit. The Spirit is the breath. We are all breathing. If you are breathing, you have, I need to name one of the lives. If you are breathing, you have the Spirit of God. The Spirit is the breath. The breath is why you are alive. If you stop breathing, you lose your consciousness. If you stop breathing, you lose your life. All right. So if you have breath in your body, you have the whole Spirit of God, the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit. All right. So don't be walking around here like, oh, if you don't have the Holy Ghost, you don't have God. You stupid idiot. If you are alive, it is because you have God. Tap in. Tap into the God within you. Tap into the life that you have only because God is the life that you have. All right? Fact. Don't be coming in here trying to fearmonger, scaring people like, oh, yeah, you don't get to be the son of God. If, boy, you the son of God as soon as you recognize it, realize it, and act like it. Facts. Act like you the son of God, and the universe will act like you the son of God. All right? Act like you not the son of God, and the universe gonna act like you not the son of God, because the universe is a cosmic mirror mirroring you. You have to project what you want the mirror to reflect. All right? So you're gonna have to get the man in the mirror right. Fact. What up, though, Maya? You know what it is. It's love. What up, though? Kakarot the God said, greetings and grand risings, all my brothers and sisters, all my gods and goddesses. Facts. Y'all know what it is, man. Shout out to the ones in the building, everybody that put one in the chat, man. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. Y'all know what it is, man. God sent us. That's the only reason we're here, respectfully. Somebody said, what up, though? Dougie CS420. Fact, somebody says, no, sir, you are totally wrong. You have breath, but not God, unless you repent and be washed in the blood of Jesus. Family, my blood is God's blood. My flesh is God's flesh. Everything I have, I got it from God. All right? If you knew what you was talking about, you wouldn't even be here wasting your time, family. You don't know what you're talking about at all. You're an idiot. Shut your idiotic ass up, nigga. Everybody you learn from is dumb. All y'all missed the mark. Nobody cares about you. You think Jesus is a white picture in somebody's church building. Family, we not rocking with your opinion. We not asking you for your opinion. You can't tell me I'm wrong because I don't validate you. You act like I paid you to be my advisor or something. We don't respect your opinion. Otherwise, I would have commissioned it. All right? I know exactly what I'm talking about. There's no way I could be wrong because I am with God. There is no wrong. God makes no mistakes. All right? Facts. Breath is spirit. Spirit is God. God is spirit. God is breath. Everybody that has breath has God. If you don't believe you have God, it's because your mama hated you with her yeasty vagina, didn't let you be raised by your father. Now you over here from a broken home, and you think that being broken is normal and how you perceive the Bible. We don't perceive the Bible through a broken lens. That's over with. All right, we're going to walk with our Father, God the Father. You walk with your mama, the yeasty vagina. Fuck out of here. Boy, he a yeasty boy. He a yeasty boy. He a mama's little baby. But we come from the Father. But ain't nobody told him lately. Ain't nobody showed him lately. Ain't nobody showed him GhOD and how good life could be. If he truly walk with me, I am the son of the Father. Cause my father is my dad. I don't understand how you don't understand it, but you gotta be down bad not to get this. This shit's simple. Somebody said, Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, was a messenger of God. We are all messengers of God. Facts. Welcome to God's immaculate plan. We are all Jesus Christ. We are all messengers. And ain't nothing better to be than a messenger for GhOD. He who sent me. Facts. Somebody said, washed in the name of Jesus sounds like witchcraft. Yeah, they are all idiots, bro. Okay? The blood of Jesus, boy, I got God's blood. Blood of my blood, flesh of my flesh. Everything I got come from God. All right? I don't know why they down bad trying to be religious, trying to be in a little cult, trying to listen to another human being, another carnal mind. I'm not doing nothing with a bunch of children, carnal-minded children. Everybody in your church is an old-ass child that don't know which way to go at all, bro. Everybody in the courtroom, the judge, the DA, prosecutors and attorneys, everybody children, little carnal, little human children. You surrounded by children pretending to be adults, bro. It's absolute buffoonery going on. Somebody says you're deceiving yourself and Satan has tricked you. Satan does not exist. Only God exists. I'm not afraid to be tricked by a Satan that doesn't exist when I know that everything is going according to God's plan. The devil cannot beat God. The devil cannot destroy God's plan. So I got full faith in whatever God got going on. You afraid of the devil. I have faith in God. That's why we different. You worship the devil. I worship God. You're afraid the devil could trick you. I'm sure that God will exercise his plan to perfection. Period. So while you walking around being afraid of the devil, I'm having full faith that all of this is going according to the way that God ordained it to go. Me and you different, family. You go be a coward. Like I told you, you're a coward because you don't know your father. Your mother hates fathers, so she didn't raise you to be masculine. She raised you to be feminine because she don't like masculine men. Otherwise, she would have stayed in her relationship with your father and let him raise you up to heaven, to our Father in heaven. All right? Somebody says, how do you worship God? I am God. I worship God by being alive, living my life righteously, using God's law to produce my own version of heaven on earth with my others, the other gods on the earth that realize and remember who they are, those co-gods or co-creators who also use their free will to co-create heaven on earth. I don't mind being around people who will co-create heaven on earth. I don't appreciate being around people who always full of that drama, want to argue, always pessimistic, always trying to criticize something, always being condescending, negative Nancy's, always trying to snitch, trying to be a Karen, always just got something to pick, nick, just complaining and nagging. Man, go on over there. Go complain and nag with those that rock with complaint. Misery loves company. We with the gods. We worship God by learning how to use our free will righteously, giving God the glory and creating our own version of heaven on earth as God's children. He sent us here to learn how to play with each other in his kingdom. That's how we worship God. We worship God by learning how to play right in the kingdom he created for his children. We are his children in his kingdom. That's just facts. We are the sons of God. John chapter 1, verse 12. Facts. Somebody said God doesn't die, does not need food, does not get tired, does not look like any of his creation. God looks like all of his creation. You're an idiot. If God created it, he created it as an extension of himself in his image. An image is what a thing looks like. I am the image of God, created in the image of God. I am what God looks like. That's what an image is. I am the image of God. I am a creator creating. I also do not die. Energy does not die. You have a mortal mind, or a mortal perspective, okay? I don't die. I don't none of those things that you said. I'm 100% God in the flesh, pretending to be human, family. You can cut that out. In fact, somebody said God is not your father. That's absolute retardation. God is our father, our rib. And if God is the father, I'm the son. Somebody said, where does God say that he created from? Where does God say that he created from? What? I don't understand your question, family. The fact that you asking questions means that you don't have answers. The fact that you don't have answers means you need to take the statements off and put questions on, family. Stop trying to assert statements like you know what you're talking about when obviously you are stupid. Facts. All glory be to God. What up, though? Casey Ramos. Facts. Somebody said, one day you will bow before Jesus Christ. Where is Jesus Christ? Where am I bow before him at? What you saying? A nigga gonna hop out the picture as a white, blue-eyed, blonde-haired man, and I'm gonna bow down to him? You a bitch. I'll never bow down to a nigga. Nigga, fuck all that. I'd rather go to hell. Okay? I'd rather go to prison. That's facts. Before I bow down to any of whatever you talking about. Facts. My preference is hell on earth. I'd rather hell on earth before I do some shit like that. On God. And I've been living in hell long enough to know I ain't even tripping. Big heaven on me. I turn hell into heaven. Facts. What up, though, Junius? Love. What up, though? Shout out to Jersey. Grand Rise and Radiate. Grand Rise and Shine on them all. Genesis 1:26. Genesis 1:27, my boy. Somebody said, where does God say that he created human from his image? Which Bible verse? Genesis 1:26. All right, we love Genesis 1:26. Get that Genesis 1:26. Somebody says, what does Luke 13 say in Acts 2:38? Shit, pull it up, copy and paste it, put it in the chat. Whatever verse you want me to bust down, I'll bust down. Whatever verses you can find in the Bible, I'll help you understand exactly what that verse means. It's over with, family. Just go get whatever is confusing you, bring it to me, because it ain't confusing me. You the one that's confused. So bring me your confusion, and I'll iron it out for you. Here go your chance, right here. You got the chance right now. Go on and bring me your confusions, and I'll help you get that confusion out your mind, get you back to mental clarity. All right? I'm going to help you grand rise since you down low. I'm going to help you down low. Grand rise and shine. My boy said, I'm here with my Bible. Facts. Well, then bring it out. Pop it out. Somebody said, explain it if you know. I just told you to copy and paste whatever verse you want me to read, dumbass. Learn how to follow instructions before I kick you out. Stop trying to be disrespectful and stop trying to insult me. You just going to end your conversation quickly. All right? I just gave you the opportunity. I said, copy and paste whatever Bible verses are confusing you, and I will help you iron it out. All right? If you try to move to disrespect me or insult me, then I'm going to just slap the shit out you out my live, and you ain't going to be able to have a conversation. Off real. Now, take advantage of your opportunity and be an intelligent, all right, instead of being a toxic. Nigga, we not interested in having no toxic conversation, toxic relationship with you. Somebody says, bro, can't even wrap his hands around. You don't get to be here and have a conversation. See how easy that is? You up in here nitpicking and nagging and complaining about things nobody cares about that don't even matter at all, and you don't get to be a part of the group. Keep your bum ass on. Bye. Go be with them like-minded individuals that don't like you, that you don't like, which is why you over here with us. Bitch, go where you belong. Facts. If you don't belong in here, you getting your ass up out of here. You're getting out of my face. I don't give a fuck about what you weird-ass niggas talking about. They talking about something. You ain't even wrapping your hands right. You a nagging, complaining ass, bitter baby mama. Fuck y'all. Fuck that. We don't want to be in a relationship with no niggas coming in here trying to nag and complain. Niggas is nagging and complaining. That shit weird than hoe. That's facts. Somebody said it's logically inconsistent to say that someone is both fully God and fully man at the same time. God is defined as eternal, infinite, all-powerful, all-knowing, and not bound by time, space, or matter. A human being, by definition, is limited, finite, subject to time, and dependent. All right, so if it's logically inconsistent, then don't rely on logic, because logic is a product of the human mind, the carnal mind. We are beyond logistics. This is beyond logical. Logistics has to do with time and space. We exist outside of time and space. Consciousness exists outside of time and space, and we are using consciousness to be intelligent. As long as you're trying to use your consciousness through your carnal mind is going to limit your conscious exploration, and you're not going to be able to make sense of the things that exist outside of the carnal mind, which is everything. All right, the real world is the spiritual world. Everything you see with your carnal mind and your carnal eyes is the result of something. All right, so your eyes only see results or the last place. All right, you're not looking at the first place, which is where it comes from, which is where it starts, which is the spirit. The spirit uses the mind uses the body creates the results. And so you can see the results with your physical eyes, but you can't see where it come from. Facts. So yes, time is man-made. We don't rely on time. So as soon as you said it's logically inconsistent, you're an idiot. All right, we are fully spirit and fully flesh. All right, we are the spirit, the mind, using the body. All right, we are the body experiencing our use of the mind. Okay, you are fully using the spirit, you're fully using the mind, and you're fully using the body. If that's logically inconsistent for you, you lack the discernment necessary to exist in the extrasensory perception. We exist outside of the five physical senses. Our conversation exists beyond human comprehension. If you're trying to comprehend with your human mind or your limited human perspective, you're never going to be able to comprehend this. We are above you. Somebody says, why does it seem like you're dealing with deep hurt? Because I am. The human condition is painful. Everything about being alive is electrical, is hurts. I am dealing with deep hurts because hurts is the measurement of electrical activity. And the more electrical activity or the more energy in motion or emotions you feel, the more hurts you feel. He said, how was your relationship with your parents? My relationship with my parents was completely human. I had a human relationship with my human parents, which is why I had to learn to stop being human and stop having human relationships with other souls, because that's an improper relationship. A limited physical relationship with other souls is a bastardized relationship. It's toxic, family. Trying to be human with humans is toxic, all right? Facts. The human experience is painful. The nigga like, oh, why does it seem like you're dealing with deep hurt? Like this nigga never been alive before and it's like, what are you, a robot? You an AI? Or you a zombie? Nigga, life is painful. It comes with ups and downs. We all have that experience. It's relatable. Apparently you can't relate, right? You're an idiot. Or you thought you was pulling some type of reverse Uno card, what you thought you was playing reverse psychology on me. You thought that you was gonna get me. Like, what are you talking about, dummy? We all know, we all are dealing with deep hurt. If you're not dealing with deep hurt, that's why you can't relate. And you can't, there's no way for you to be genuine or authentic or create authentic or genuine, healthy, long-lasting relationships, because you don't even know how pain feels to help anybody deal with the pain that we all experience. Facts. Somebody says deep in here. Facts. It's the rabbit hole in here. That's over with. My Emerson said, I agree. You are the highest frequency. I felt this. That's love. Y'all subscribe. Put some love on the live, man. Run us up, because it's always going to be some lost souls trying to troll, and we're going to have to overcome as the oversoul. And we too big, bro. I swear to God, I'm above all carnal minds. If you are carnal minded, if you identify as a human, I am above you. You are beneath me. My words are more powerful than you. Facts. Somebody says, but pain feels different for different souls. No, family, that sounds stupid. All right, that's like asking me, bruh, listen to me. We are all under the same law. Jesus had to breathe the same breath you breathing. Jesus had to use the same laws. Jesus had to look up to the same sun in the sky. You look like, what are you talking about? Different pain feel different for different souls. It's a simulation because it's similar, okay? No. It's a simulation, a holographic simulation. All the laws are the same laws. Why don't you understand? No soul is going to have a different relationship with God's law. No one will break God's law. God can't even break God's law, which is why God created his law so that it wouldn't be broken in the first place. So why you at, oh, doesn't pain feel different? No, nigga. The fuck is you talking about? That's facts. The universe definitely mirrors us. We are the source of the projection the mirror uses as a reflection. Somebody says, if you're saying that logic doesn't apply, then by what standard can we say anything is true or false? Experience, personal experience. It's called empirical evidence. Logic does not apply, but empirical evidence does. All right. You have discernment, you have intuition, and you have experience. All right. You have consciousness, you have intelligence, you got common sense. All right. So yeah, you cannot rely on human logic. You're gonna have to go back into the spirit. You're gonna have to rely on that which is infinite, not that which is finite. That's facts. So use your empirical evidence as the emperor, as the ruler. All right. We are the ruling class. We are the royals. We are the elite class, family. Facts. We are the light. We the light bearers. We come bearing enlightenment. We the Illuminati. We are the illuminated. We are the ones who realize that the human mind and human logic is beneath us. Family, that shit way down on the ground. We in the air again as inheritance. We are heirs with Christ, co-heirs with Christ. We are heirs. We are the heir, okay? We in the air because we are the heir. That's why we arrogant, because we in the air again. Facts. I said, Shalom. I just happened to come across your live to hear you speaking like I speak. It's awesome. It's rare to find someone speaking like this. Majority of the population is caught up in the carnal matrix. That's facts, and I appreciate you. And hey, subscribe, stick around, man, because we building a community of like minds. So you're not the only one, and we bringing all the ones together. So that's why I always tell them, if y'all know y'all one of them ones, man, put some ones in the chat. The ones is back. The one God in all of us is fact. It just is what it is. You feel me? So yeah, man. You ain't the only one. You one of the ones. All right? We all the only ones. We all the heirs, co-heirs with Christ. We all arrogant because we in the arrogant ass inheritance. You feel me? So we rocking like that. All of the lost souls don't know that they in the air too. They still falling. They chicken little, like the sky is falling. The sky is falling. It's like, boy, we flying. Y'all falling, we flying. Spread your wings. Stop being a coward. You feel me? Like these niggas is just cowards, co-wards of the state. All right. The state is administrating their estate because they are too afraid to administrate their own estate, because they new souls, they neo souls, they just got here, they little babies, little sperm, little semen. You feel me? Still lost their C. You feel me? They little semen still lost their C. Facts. Civil little mortus, we says KV, Romans 1:18. They civil little mortus, we says KV, Revelations 1:18. Facts. My boy said, I love your wordplay. I'm working on that myself. Facts. We God's poet. This poetry is the word of God made flesh. We got to use our words correct. It's the breath in our chest. We use God's spirit as the breath that we use to speak and form words. We're forming words with the spirit that is the breath that we're all breathing as we inhale, exhale. All right. A lot of people inhale, suffocate because they don't get out. They're on Exodus 3:14 by the true name. I am God. I am God. Exodus 3:14. I have to exhale. I have to exodus. I got to exhale because I inhale. Facts. All right. If they don't understand that, they'll get it when it's their time. All right. Don't be trying to rush nobody else's time or their timeline, because God exists outside of time. Facts. My boy said lost their see. Facts. They lost at what they could see. Their carnal mind shows them the end result, and they get caught up in the end result trying to keep up with the Joneses, trying to keep up with the trends, trying to keep up with the competing with their friends. You feel me? Like, cut that out. You lost that see. It's not what you can see, but it's what you can see. It's the eye of God, not the eye of man. The eye of man is duality. The eye of God is single. I am that eye. The eye that God used to see. I'm God's people, God's peephole. Facts. Somebody said, if truth lies behind logic, then anything can be true, even what contradicts your belief. Yeah, that's why you got to have discernment for yourself and use your free will to create your own style of heaven. It's heaven on earth, and you get to put it together through your consequences. You create your own consequences in a similar. It's a simulation. You understand that? Somebody says, if the carnal matrix is all there is, pleasure, survival, and power, what gives meaning to existence beyond death? The fact that the carnal matrix is not all there is, because the carnal matrix did not create itself. Therefore, something is beyond the carnal matrix that gave rise to the carnal matrix, and that is the spirit. That is God, and that is where we are. All right? We're not trapped in the carnal matrix or the carnal perception of spiritual reality. We understand quantum physics says that the physical reality is just a veil, and this is the revelation. Quantum physics, quantum mechanics, quantum technology exposes the fact that the physical realm itself is just a veil. It's an illusionary realm created by light particles, pixels, Pixar, pixie dust, Peter Pan, Never Neverland. All we saying is that everything you see is a binary code. You feel me? So yeah, we not stuck in the carnal matrix. The carnal matrix is not all there is. It's just all that the carnal mind can perceive. So you have to rise above your carnal mind as the consciousness. Your consciousness can rise above your carnal mind. Your carnal mind is the carnal mind. Facts. Somebody says, bro, what do you think about Israel? Israel is a word that has a definition. Get the etymology of the word Israel. Etymology. Words have meanings. Use the meanings. All right? Because when we speak, we mean something. We don't mean the trigger. We mean the meaning. All right? So definitely understand what Israel is, because it's real. God is real, and all God's children are real as real. But you have to be real light, not the moonlight, the false light, the second light, or the reflected light. The sunlight is the origin of light. God's light is real light, is the real light that comes straight from God. And you allow God's light to shine through you after you wrestle with God and submit to God. That's what Islam and Muslim mean. You feel me? So definitely use your own common sense, your own ability to tap into God and tap into God. God is within you. All God's answers live with God within you. Somebody said Israel the country. Israel the country is man-made. Well, you ask me about man-made things because you still in your carnal mind. I don't care about anything carnal or anything man-derived. If it is derived from man, it's fictitious. Family, it's a legal entity, a legal fiction. Why are you asking me about fictions? Fictions are lies. A legal fiction is a legal lie. It's a lie, but it's legal. It's still a lie, though. It's still not true. I don't care. What are you talking about? You asking me to care about things that are lies. Why? Why? I'm walking with God. Walking with big GhOD. That's facts, John, brother. You already know what it is. You got it. We up to the most high. Somebody says, Brother OG Sweet is right. Who is Brother OG Sweet? Somebody says, you go to church? No, I am the church. I'm the church of God. I am the church that God built. I don't go to the church that man made. Y'all steady worried about man. Somebody says, Brother OG Sweet is right. You need to socialize with other believers at church. We convict others so we don't go too deep. Stephen Darby speaks about this. Be still and know that I am God. I do know that I am God. I am still, because there is no physical movement in the non-physical world. Movement is a physical thing. All right? Movement is a physical illusion. So, first of all, don't recommend me to go to no other niggas. Fuck a nigga. Fuck all you niggas. That's first and foremost. That's on God. The first commandment said, put no other God before me. So rule number one, fuck you and your weird ass opinion. I ain't going to socialize with you rejects. Fuck, I look like socializing with a group of rejects. Nigga, no. I don't want to hang out with you niggas. I don't want you niggas calling and texting me, wasting my time with small talk that I don't care about being involved in. No. I will not be going to church to socialize with a bunch of dumbass degenerate rejects. Nigga, fuck all y'all. Fuck you talking about? I'm above y'all. Y'all beneath me. I'm not interested in spending my life with none of you all. That's point blank and period, first and foremost. Second of all, don't be coming in here talking about another nigga is right, you dick sucking bitch. Don't be coming in my face sucking another nigga dick, you LGBT ass nigga. This is not an LGBT community. I ain't interested. You and OG whoever, y'all can keep y'all gay relationship to y'allself. Get the fuck out of my face and stop recommending me do anything, because I ain't gonna do shit but beat your whole ass. That's facts. Beat your ass the fuck up. That's on me. That's on my mama. That's on the law. That's on life in prison. That's on the judge, the DA, and the prosecutor. Nigga, I don't give a fuck about none of you all. Niggas, play with me if you want to. Fuck is you talking about? Tell them for the record, on the record, and let the record show. I don't play with niggas. Stand your ground, law, nigga. This is Texas. Somebody says, I fight for a hobby, but I always say I deliver knockouts for Jesus. If you want to dedicate whatever you want to dedicate to another nigga, do your thing, all right? Me, I am God in the flesh, doing what God does in the flesh. I'm 100% happy, 100% grateful, living in gratitude, living in abundance, all right? So you run your free will, create your own version of heaven on earth. Shout out to you, man. Whatever you want to do, man, do, man. You feel me? That's on you, man, all right? Me, I got free will too, and I'm gonna be free, exercising my rights to say whatever I like, to think whatever I want, and hang out with whoever I want to hang out with. And I don't want to hang out with these weird ass trolls that think they have some type of advice, nigga, trying to invite me to that weird ass church, nigga. Fuck your church, nigga, and your religion, goofy boy, and your community of people. I swear to God, I beat up every nigga in your congregation on me. Line that shit up. Where your church at? Invite me to your church. I want to punch. I'll beat up everybody that attend your church, starting with the pastor. Who the fuck is you? Take me to your leader, nigga. I'll beat your leader up. Weird ass leader. Niggas want me to go to a church and listen to a fat ass nigga that's dying from preventable illnesses. That's a nigga, a paid actor up there in the pulpit. I don't give a fuck about niggas, nigga. These niggas want me to go to a church and listen to a fat degenerate that's having sex with all of they fat ass wives in the goddamn. Boy, stop it, nigga. Fat, nasty, preventable illness having ass group of people trying to invite me to come and be, bitch, I don't give a fuck. What? Somebody said who? Whoever said the shit. I don't give a fuck about a who. The real who's. Them who's. Whatever who is the who. I don't give a fuck. None of you niggas got a name or a face. Don't ask me like I give a fuck enough to know who the who. I don't care who. All of y'all. Nigga, any of you, whoever the shoe fits, nigga. If the shoe get on your foot, let's do something about it. Off rip. I don't care who it is. Don't ask me who, because I don't give a fuck. Whoever popped the fuck up, that's who getting handled, nigga. Facts. Facts. Yeah, my nigga said the who's. Facts. All who's, nigga. The real who's, the fake who's, the who's. I don't care who's, nigga. Somebody said, humble yourself, brother. No, you humble me, bitch. Since you got the opinion that I should be humble, why don't you come do something about it? Because if you ain't going to do nothing about it, keep your little weak-ass, weird-ass opinion to yourself. We don't respect people that don't stand on their opinion. All right? If you're not going to exercise your opinion, we not going to respect your opinion. I'm going to just tell you how I get over here. It's masculine over here. Niggas that don't stand on their opinion, gossipers. You a gossiping ass nigga. Stop gossiping, nigga. We don't respect words that don't come with no action, nigga. Talking about humble yourself. Nigga, fuck you, nigga. I'd rather go to hell, all right, than to be anywhere you are with you, nigga. If I had to be stuck with you, I'd tell God, send me to hell. So I can get the fuck away from this nigga. Fuck wrong. Somebody said, I'll pray for you, and I will reject your prayer. Matter of fact, I'll do it now. How you be praying? I ain't gonna get on my knees like a little bitch, hoe ass nigga. I'm gonna do it standing up. God, please do not let this nigga prayer be answered. Mother, fuck this hoe ass nigga on God. Appreciate you, Big G. In Jesus' name, I pray. Matter of fact, speed this nigga death rate up too, nigga. I know you already got that nigga on a dying timeline. Speed this shit up for me. If for no one else. In Jesus' name, fuck your prayer, bitch. Off God, on God, nigga. Fuck these niggas talking about, nigga. That's how I play the game. I don't give a fuck about what none of these niggas talking about, nigga. Facts. On me. On me. I hype me up. Hype me up. I'll hype me up. Fuck you talking about. Somebody said it's so sad. The only thing that is sad is you trying to join a community of people that don't want you here. Leave. You don't even want to be here. If you're sad here, you're the one feeling the emotions. And those emotions are only being felt in your human vessel through chemicals. And those chemicals are producing byproducts that you don't know how to detox your body of because you keep feeling these same weird-ass emotions as a sad, rejected degenerate. So you feel sad. Only you feel that sadness and your body is dying from it. I'm not sad. I don't feel your emotional, biochemical results, all right? You are the one suffering from the biochemical laboratory inside your body. You're misusing, you're mishandling your own feelings and emotions. So if you feel sad, you feel. I don't feel that shit, nigga. Stop feeling sad. That's stupid. Somebody said that's not how it works, dude. That is the only way it works, because we don't know you. We don't care about you. We'll never meet you ever in our life. Yet you are over there changing the emotional composition in your body on our behalf. How? Why would you be aligning? You feel stressed. He talking about that's not how it works. Nobody feels your stress, nigga. If you feel sad, sad is stressful. I don't feel stressed. I don't even know why you're sad. I don't even know you. I don't even believe you anyway. I can't believe you. I don't, nigga, stop, bro. Cut it out, bro. Protect your temple. That's why they're telling you to protect your temple, because your thoughts create biochemical reactions, okay? And if you're thinking down, if you're thinking low, then your energetic expression is gonna be low. You're gonna tear up all your organs. All your organs are trying to keep up with how you feel so that you can express your feelings. And you're feeling conflicted. So now all your organs are trying to produce conflicted feelings, and it is producing dis-ease. And if you don't break your habits, if you don't rehabilitate, if you don't break your generational curses, turn your life around, those bad thinking patterns are going to create tumors and cancers and clogged arteries. You're going to get kidney stones and shit, fam. Somebody said, bro, love buzzwords, family. The buzzwords are for the listener. That's what communication is about. You obviously don't know how to communicate well, which is why you don't have any healthy long-term relationships to speak of in your personal life. Nobody fuck with you, which is why you up in here with the habits that prove no one fucks with you. Nobody could even engage in a fruitful conversation with you, because you don't even, you talking about this, he love buzzwords. That's how we know you don't know how to engage in fruitful conversations. You a small talk nigga at best, throwing around fucking catchphrases you heard from all of the people you believed in that taught you how to be an idiot. They all died from preventable illnesses. Your grandma wasn't with your grandpa. Your mama not with your daddy. Your uncles didn't have healthy relationships with your aunties. So why you think you gonna come over here and give somebody some type of life advice? Nigga, you hate yourself. You using the clown emoji is not having an effect. That just shows that you still don't know how to communicate yourself. You hope that that emoji says what you mean to say. You would use words to communicate, but you don't have the words. So you try to use an emoji and hope that I get what you mean. And I don't know what you mean. You're not reaching. You're not making a point. You're not landing your jokes or none of that shit, nigga. You just lame, you suck. Even you trying to be a comedian ain't working, because your jokes ain't landing. You ain't got no punch lines in your jokes. That's why you can't punch with KO. You getting knocked out, you trash, bro. Facts, because your mama was trash. Because your daddy was trash. Because your grandparents was trash. That's off the rip, bro. That's just being logical. Since y'all like logic, let's logically trace this shit back to where you get this stupidity from. You got this stupidity from your bloodline. Swear to God, you are a degenerate descendant. Facts. My nigga is a degenerate descendant. That shit over with. Somebody said, this ain't live, he just talking. Family, why are you dumb and why are you talking? How a nigga come onto the live talking about this ain't live, he just talking is amazing and weird. And why are you nagging, complaining, or hating? Why do you have a negative comment? Why did you take time to put in something that exposed how stupid and lacking in general discernment? Just viewer discretion is advised. I swear to God, this is why we don't talk to humans, bro. That's facts. Vincent, like, why are these haters hating? They're hating and they don't even have a reason. They hate me for no reason. I swear to God, that's prophecy. What Bible verse said they hate me for no reason? That's crazy. I'll get the verse for y'all. That's crazy. They hate because they hate. So I try to bring people up. These hoes trying to bring me down off rip. Then look, then they say, why your hair like that though? What's going on, family? My hair has nothing to do with your ability to make any changes in life. You're not a decision maker, a mover, or a shaker. You're not even qualified to get the answer from the question you ask, nigga. You lame, you suck, you gum. You're gum on the bottom of a nigga shoe, bro. I have no respect for you or anything that will come from you. Fuck your questions, fuck your inquiries. Nigga, be a wandering Roman soul that don't know which way to go. Nigga, fuck you. I ain't talking to you, giving you no answers. Nigga, I don't respect you, nigga. Facts. Swear to God. John 15:25, nigga. Facts. John 15:25. This nigga came in here trying to troll me, then gonna try to ask me a weird-ass carnal question about my hair, fantasizing about my physical appearance. Nigga, I won't lay down with you snake-ass nigga. I'm not finna lay down. I don't do no laying down. I'm a stand-up nigga. Don't worry about why my hair like this. You can't fuck me, nigga. You can't have sex for me, nigga. And you can't date me, nigga. You can't have my money. I won't pay none of your bills, and you can't take me out, and I don't need you to pay my bills either, nigga. Fuck you and what you feel about my hair and my physical appearance. Bitch, you can't get with me. Niggas on here think this motherfucker POF or some shit. Niggas talking about, what's up with your hair? Bitch, my hair means I don't fuck with you. Off rip. Talking about please. Yeah, nigga, please is what your mama asked. That's facts. That's why y'all niggas some bitches. You too much like your mama, not enough like your daddy, nigga. Facts. Somebody say, what's the plan for the day? I don't give a fuck about no plans for no day. Nigga, I'm alive for the rest of my life. That's my plan. I'm alive for the rest of my life. It don't matter if it's 1 day or 1,000 days. Nigga, the plan is the same. Live my life. Try to take over the world. Facts. You know what I'm saying? What are we doing today? The same thing we do every day. Nigga, the fuck? Fuck you mean what we doing today, bitch? The same thing we do every day, pinky. Nah, niggas always asking Brain some pinky questions, nigga. That's crazy. Niggas always asking KO the Brain some damn pinky questions. Nigga, I gotta hit him with the same goddamn answers every day in a row. Try to take over the world, okay? With your free will as Lord of the law, all right? We are Lord of the law. Free will puts the law in order, and it's your job, your duty, expressly to get it right. If you don't get it right in your own life, you ain't gonna live it right, all right? Nobody cares either. You just gonna be looking dumb in the mirror when you stare, looking at yourself like, why didn't you do a better job using free will? Ain't nobody to blame. You wanna be a victim. How you gonna be a victim when can't nobody use your free will? All right, it just is what it is. These niggas dumb. Swear to God. John 15:25, bro. On these niggas. Facts. I swear, they hate me because of John 7:7. On me. Who hype me up? I hype me up. Facts. John 7:7. Off rip. Swear to God, this that shock jock therapy, man. Y'all welcome to the therapy session. This is God therapy for the gods only. This therapy is not for man. This therapy is not for humans. This therapy is not. Okay? For the low-down, dirty, Roman, wandering, heathen, degenerate rejects pretending like they believe in God with their little punk-ass religions, nigga. If you are religious, I'll beat your ass. Fuck you, nigga. Facts. And I'll beat up every nigga in your religion with you, nigga. Oh, hey, baby. Hey. Excuse me. I didn't know baby was right there. I'm stepping on you niggas. You feel? Somebody says, define God. God is already defined. Okay. My nigga said, define God. Nigga, God is already defined, okay? So just use the definition, my boy, all right? It mean what it mean. A KO ain't coming to switch no definitions, nigga. All right? It already has the definition respectfully, all right? What you need to do is some due diligence, all right? Hey, if y'all want to learn how to unlock GPT, holler at me. I got the master prompt, all right? I got the master prompt that'll help you unlock your AI, and you'll never have to ask any human any questions ever again. I swear to God. If you want to unlock your personal artificial intelligence resource so that it gives you cosmic consciousness, holler at KO. I got the master prompt, all right? I will cosmic. Somebody says, everyone's definition is different. What's yours? Nobody's definition is different. Everybody's definition is the same. That's sorry to tell you. Stop. The truth does not change. Nobody gets to have a different truth, nigga. When you get out the bed, you don't float away. You don't get out your bed in the morning and float away to outer space, nigga. None of us do, because it's not different. It's the same. We all can guarantee what will happen when you wake up and put your feet on the floor. You don't wake up and put your feet in the sky. Somebody says, buddy, you're wrong. No, buddy, you're an idiot. Everybody gets up and put their feet on the ground, not a cloud. Okay? These niggas idiots. They're like, bruh, everybody's definition of God. No, everybody's definition of God is the same. It's common law. This is common sense. Okay? It's common. They like everybody's truth is different. No, it's not. It's common. Learn. This is why niggas don't know how to execute the law. Niggas don't know common law. They don't know that all this shit, we got all this shit in common. Goofy. What up, though, Scovey? It's love, man, stepping on these trolls. What up, though, Mr. Mob Type? Facts. Man, I already know what it is, John. You already know that all of the lost souls gonna go to war. This World War III. That's why we practice every day in a row. This World War III right now. Facts. Hey, let me use that pitchfork so I can stick it in his ass. What up, though? Shit, get it from Big GhOD, you hear me? Swear to God, it's the type of pitchfork they can't see, but they can feel it, though. Yeah, they can't see it, but they feel it, though. Yeah, I'm knowing. Hey, that's what God do, man. Work through God, man. I got you. Somebody says, no disrespect. Please, brother, get a good haircut. Why? Why get a good haircut? Let's talk about that. I want to see how far this conversation go. Nah, don't delete him, God citizen. Let's see. I want to know why. Is he just saying, or do he really want to engage me in a conversation? Facts. Shout out to Facts, Scovey. We always at war. That's facts, man. We gonna stay diligent. We don't never pull it. My foot on neck. That's all with. Somebody say he wants you to look cute for him. Well, he gonna have to send me some bread then or something, nigga. Cash at me, nigga. What you talking about? It's weird. Consciousness creates reality. Reality creates a state of mind. Will humanity be your state of mind, or will it be the Most High? Faith in no man. Facts. He's still saying it. He said, no disrespect. Please, brother, get a good haircut. I'm talking to you. Are you talking to me, or are you just a bot? Family, I'm saying. Why? All right, no disrespect. Why should I get a good haircut? I'm talking to you. Is you trying to talk, or is you just a dry? So that's why I say, this is why y'all got to stay on path and never let no souls and human bodies distract you. I'm telling you, they all reptilian cortex dominated humanoids. All right? Look, this for y'all to see, so y'all can see on y'all own. People gonna always test y'all when it's time for you to go and accomplish your goals, all right? And they don't even count. Look how this nigga don't even count. He can't even engage in the conversation. He keep on just spamming the same exact line, which is ridiculous. That's off rip. This for y'all, though, prophetess. You feel me? This for y'all. It ain't for me. I ain't doing no tripping on nobody in any way, form, shape, or fashion. All right? This for the people. That's all right, y'all. I'll get him up out of here since he just spamming. He not engaged in the conversation. It just be the devil trying to poke at you, trying to see if he could get you off track. It don't even, these people don't count. People that you be accepting opinions from, and it changes the way your self-esteem is expressed, and these people be dying, you know what I'm saying? And then you be looking around the whole time, you had got opinions from dead people, fam. Like, people in your childhood no longer alive and shit. They was affecting your childhood, trying to shape the way you look at reality, and they stupid ass don't get, bro. Let these temporary mortals and they temporary opinions come and go. Fly by night, bro. If it don't apply, let that shit fly. Get your messages directly from God. Maintain your faith in God, and don't let anybody in the world. I'm literally on YouTube Live, a global platform, not aware of who is able to see me, where on the planet, who gonna feel personally about anything that I might say. I don't know none of that, and I still won't let a single soul on the entire globe fuck with me, nigga. Oh, for real. Fuck them all. Swear to God, nigga, it ain't an auditorium full of niggas. They can't cut the camera on and be like, okay, KO, you're now in front of 50 million people, and then I'm gonna get stage fright like, oh, shit, it's so many people. I don't give a fuck about not now, nigga, out the 50 million. I'll beat up 50 million niggas on site. Facts, fuck it, nigga. Line that shit up. It's 8 billion people on the planet. KO, line them up. Mano y mano. I don't know how long it might take, but we gonna give it a good go, bitch. Me and 8 billion people gonna throw hands one at a time. I'm a, boy, punch something down. Fuck, I look like Karen. I don't give a fuck about 8 billion people. I'm talking about the entire planet. And they can go back and get this live. All right? If any one of you souls out the 8 billion on the planet of Earth want to see what I'm talking about, let's punch. I swear to God, I'm not worried about a single human being on the entire planet. I don't care if they ain't even here yet, nigga. Reincarnate, nigga. If you listening to me as a soul right now and your body too old and you don't feel like fasting and detoxing and working out enough to give your cancer back, you like, hey, I'm too far in my cancer. I'm too far. But if I was young, if I was your age, I'll beat your ass. Well, you know what? Reincarnate, come back. I'll be here in 10 to 15 years, grow the fuck up, and I'ma beat your ass. Fuck you talking about? Go on, die now, reincarnate, get another body, and I'll give you how much years you need, nigga. I'll beat your ass, even if you're not here yet. I'll beat your grandkids' ass when they get here. Okay? Even if you ain't even had a single child yet. When you have a child, and then your child grow up and have a child, I'ma beat that nigga ass too. Swear to God, KO still gonna be here 50 years from now, 60 years from now, 70 years from now, 80 years. Who wanna run it the whole time? I'm here, I'm good for it. I skipped 5 years and 10 years because that ain't even, nigga, what? So whenever y'all ready, I'm with all that punching. And whoever, they cannot even be on the planet yet. Even though all souls are already here, they all just gonna reincarnate and reappear. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transferred, transformed. So, you'll be back. And when you get back, yes, I'm ready. Somebody said, shout out my friend JT. He's a big supporter. JT will beat your ass. Family, listen to me. Shut up, nigga. Stop trying to get somebody else clout, nigga. Stop trying to speak on somebody else's behalf. Everybody got a mano y mano, all right? We don't respect nobody that somebody talking for. We don't respect you for trying to talk for another nigga because that's weak. You a weird-ass dick-sucking bitch. And we don't respect the nigga who dick in your mouth either. Not gonna lie to you because, nah, nigga, everybody got to walk and talk for themselves. Big diction on me. Jurisdiction. Sui juris, nigga. Jurisdiction, nigga. These niggas got other nigga dick in their mouth and want me to respect them niggas. I don't respect niggas. I don't respect LGBT nothing, nigga. I don't respect no sexual orientations. Nigga, fuck your sex. I don't give a fuck. Fact, shout out to Purple Doom. Shout out Purple Doom for the in-chat donation, man. I appreciate that love, that encouragement, that empowerment, and that upliftment, man. I appreciate you being a warrior, a gladiator, somebody brave enough to operate through God's eternal laws instead of using fear and restricting their expression of eternal wealth and health, man. God gonna tenfold all your self-investments, so don't be afraid to invest your financial resources within yourself for the way that God's spirit move you. That's between you and God got what you need. That's facts. Shout out to the warriors that ain't afraid to invest their financial resources. Y'all, it's love. Facts. This that shock jock therapy. You know what it is. Facts. You already know that 7-week big multi-dimensional. Somebody said, JT asked, what advice you got for losing weight? God. God is my advice. Find God, stick with God, walk with God, never turn your back on God ever again. For nobody. For nothing. Go get a healthy relationship with God in your life. Not a religion, not another person, not another flesh bag, carnal minded, nobody. Go and find God. God is within you, and then walk the rest of your entire life with God. Don't fuck it up. The best weight loss program ever. On me. All glory be to God immediately. Facts, you feel me, Scobie? I ain't lied to him. You feel me, cuz-o? You feel me, God citizen? I ain't lied to him. You feel me? Like, shit. Fuck I supposed to say to these niggas. You feel me? Like, I'm trying to give them that straight drip, straight drop, nigga. Immediately. Talking about that Genesis 1:29 on them boys. Fast. Start fasting and working out. Be intelligent. Be intelligent. Niggas like, what do you think I should do to lose weight? I think you should be intelligent. I definitely know you already know exactly what you need to do because you ain't been doing it because you ain't feel like doing it. It's not like I know something you don't know, nigga. What the fuck, nigga? Facts. Somebody said, JT said you can't rap. I don't care. Family, that JT can go kill himself. He fat, he overweight, and his opinion doesn't matter. Fuck, I give what I look like caring about a nigga who is suffering from inflammation. Self-inflicted inflammation. Family? Talking about you can't rap. Now I don't care about you niggas, all you niggas' opinions. Stop listening to me. How about stop listening to another nigga and judging a nigga like a dick-sucking bitch, all right? What is you, a female? You trying to get with me? Huh? You trying to see if I got my STDs or what, my boy? Fuck around with you. Telling me about some other nigga, how another nigga feel about another nigga. That shit gay than a bitch. Who raised these people, bro? Who raised these individuals? These niggas want niggas to, that's gossip. These some gossip girls. It's like my friend said he thinks that you can't. Your friend is fucking thinking of me. And you're talking to me about what your friend thinks. That boy, what the fuck in the elementary school is this? What in the elementary school is happening here? What up, though, Aura? Grand rise and shine on them, you feel me? Grand radiate. Finna hit them with that radiation. They finna get that nuclear. I been hit them with that radiation. They gonna catch COVID, you feel me? Nigga gonna grand rise and radiate. They ass finna catch that global pandemic. There's been an increase in the sun's activity. Facts. Finna increase the sun's activity. They finna get a global warming. They finna get a climate change. Facts, they finna get a global pandemic, finna shut their country down again. Facts, weak ass niggas. This nigga's weak. Why when I came over here, shut off? Oh. That's what happened when you tell the truth so much. You tell the truth so fast that it changed. It's a paradigm shift. We opening portals, these stargates, this Star Wars. KO a head Jedi. I don't know why y'all don't understand. Nigga, y'all sleep. I'm my side with the shits. That's facts, John, brother. And that shit weird. Why they feel like they need to belong to another flesh bag? Why they can't be happy belonging to God? Crazy. If I had something to cut, I'd cut it.
I know.
That's on me. I'll keep walking away from that. Facts, man. We gotta love that sun, man. We are the sun. Big ball in the sky. Facts. Emerson said the sun separating us between the ones that can deal with the sun and the ones that can't. They said, hey, baby. Yeah, we way too up and this way too easy. Swear to God, we are what the world is needing. We are the ones that's gonna remind them how to all be breathing easy. They all just ease their own breathing. Now they be passing not. They won't pass out the word of God, what they talking about. That's why I'm steady knocking the mic. That's why I'm steady be punching. Swear to God, they ain't got a clue, but I got a hunch. Hit it with the flash jab. Hey, baby. Facts, man. We got the livest chat on YouTube. I swear, ain't nobody chatting this level of cognitive clarity. Facts, nobody chatting this level of freedom. Increase in the sun's activity, man. Shout out to all the sons of God, man. John 1 and 12. John 1 and 12. Facts, shout out to all of the sons of God. Somebody put so humble. If the best you can think is humility, then that's the level of your cognitive expression. We express ourselves outside of the confines of humility. All right, we not carnal at all, family, except in the end result. The carnal world is the end result. All right, so if the best you can do for yourself is be humble, go be humble. Take your own advice, live your own life, and we gonna turn up, whatever the price. Facts, you be poor, you poverty stricken, we wealthy, we rich, we gonna pay what it costs to be the boss. But you wanna keep a job, you wanna be a W2 employee, be an employee, we got jobs for you. We pay the cost. we pay the cost to be the boss so that we can give the employees something to do. We pay the cost to be the boss. Since y'all won't pay it, we'll pay it. Since y'all want to work, we'll give y'all jobs. All right? You get the W-2, I'll get the EIN, and we'll come together. All right? Facts. Boy, talking about be humble. Yeah, you be humble. We'll be kings. Somebody got to rule over you peasants. All right? So since you want to be a peasant, I'll be the king, and I give you a kingdom to keep clean. Facts. all the hoes gonna have to face the ground.
Well, not all these.
Look, they, you know what I'm saying, regardless. They both facing the exact same direction.
These go towards the ground and these holes go this way. It's not gonna be the other way. This hole gotta face this way. This hole's not gonna face the ground.
Yeah, I thought you were this. Like this.
This nail's gotta go in there. I don't know if it faces this way or if it faces this way.
I don't know, neither one of those ways on the ground. Right on that.
It says these holes face the ground.
What about these?
That's what the people were saying about their
This over there. So, how is this?
Can you bring these over here? Anybody? You could just put them down in the middle.
Nah, man, it's love, y'all. Let me put y'all on something else. Hold on, baby.
So he finds God still heals, and he does it through you. This text, based on the powerful teachings of Emmett Fox, is not just a spiritual reflection. It is a living, practical, and transformative guide to spiritual healing. Here, you will discover that faith is not blind hope, but an applied, precise force capable of shifting even the most impossible circumstances. With every word, you'll learn how to activate the divine spark within your mind and heart. With every silence, you'll allow the presence of God to flow through your thoughts and emotions, restoring your body, your soul, and your life. Get ready for a profound journey, one where faith is no longer theory, but experience, where healing is not a distant miracle, but an immediate reality. This is your moment. Let yourself be healed by God. We live in an era where the veils between the spiritual and the physical begin to tear apart. The ancient boundaries between religion and medicine, between prayer and antibiotics, between the chapel and the laboratory are fading. Not by mistake, but by a higher necessity. The recent breakthrough of penicillin and sulfur compounds, discoveries that have already saved thousands of lives on battlefields and in civilian hospitals, are not mere scientific achievements. They are signs of the divine principle acting through material channels to remind us that God's law is one, and that every true form of healing is an expression of His will. Studies published by the U.S. Army Medical Corps after World War II confirm this. Mortality from severe infections dropped by more than 85% following the introduction of new antibiotics. This cannot be ignored by anyone studying the soul, but it also cannot be interpreted without recognizing that the mind, both of the patient and the healer, remains the great regulator of recovery. Physical medicine acts on the body. Scientific prayer acts on consciousness. And when both cooperate, the result multiplies. One sows, the other waters, but God gives the growth. That is why I wrote this book, to provide a practical bridge between faith and science, not to choose one side, but to show that the fastest and most lasting healing happens when both work together. This is not about replacing medical treatment with superstition, nor blindly surrendering the soul to chemistry. It teaches how to apply the 4-stage treatment: silence, affirmation, visualization, action, to the clinical context.
Man, shout out
It
to the
offers
chat,
a guide
man.
so the patient is not a passive recipient, but a conscious agent of their own restoration. As the gospel declares, the power of the Lord was with him to heal.
Facts.
Luke 5:17. Power remains here, but it requires a clear mental channel, a firm will, and deep understanding. Seeks to awaken those channels in the sick, the physician and the reader who wishes to collaborate with life. God works in everything. He also works in penicillin. And if you recognize this, your prayer will make that medicine act as you. Beyond what you see in the mirror, there exists a living city, a microscopic universe made of trillions of inhabitants, your cells, and a temple of intelligence, energy, and purpose, each one awaiting the right signal to awaken all its power. This is not an ordinary text. It is a revelation, the secret language your cells understand, the silent gospel that resonates in the depths of your being, a language Joseph Murphy taught us to speak, the thought charged with faith, the word that heals, the mental image that transforms matter itself. Here you will learn that healing is not some distant miracle. It is a natural law of life, activated by the consciousness that lives within you. Every phrase, every decree you will hear is a direct message to your biology, a loving command that will ignite invisible, powerful processes in every corner of your body. Prepare yourself, for you are about to speak to your own inner universe, and when you do, the life within you will respond with health, strength, and wholeness. This book is not a theory. It is a practice, a direct, clear, and deeply rational guide to the tangible link between your body, your mind, and the environment you inhabit. You are not isolated. You are a thinking cell within a greater organism. You are a conscious point in an invisible field where every word leaves a mark, every emotion leaves a trace, and every idea, if sustained with faith, takes form. Here you will not find magic formulas or unfounded promises. You will find proven mental laws, coherent biological observations, and precise examples of how your external world reflects the state of your internal biology. You will learn that your cells listen to what you say, that your surroundings are infused with your vibration, and that your thoughts literally affect the living fabric of the planet. You will see that the spoken word has a physical effect, that DNA responds to the mental environment, and that the human body is a sacred laboratory capable of regenerating, healing, and projecting balance outward. Each chapter develops a specific aspect of this relationship, from how blessing your home can affect your health, to how the pineal gland can be activated with a prayer at dawn. This is not abstract mysticism, but science applied to everyday spirituality. This is the proposal, that you assume your role as the CEO and creator of reality, that you use your mind as a precision instrument, and that you take seriously the power you have to transform your life, and in doing so, contribute to collective healing. This book is a mental liturgy, a practical training, a roadmap for your biology to become both temple and tool, because the mental law does not end at your skin. It extends and acts in everything your consciousness touches, thinks, and decrees. The gospel of your cells, the divine science of the body, based on the teachings of Joseph Murphy. We have noticed that more than 80% of those who visit our channel are not subscribed. You can support this project by pressing the subscribe button and giving the video a like. Thank you for inspiring us to continue creating more and better content for you. Are you ready to transform your life? Chapter 1. Quantum Memory of the Environment. The body as a node within a greater electromagnetic field. Words imprint frequency onto your home, your workplace, and your objects. Full of correspondence. The house as a cell. Environment is not something passive. Every wall around you, every object you touch, every space you inhabit responds to an invisible but precise energy that emanates from you. Truly, I tell you, your home is not simply a physical place, but an extension of your mental field. The principle of correspondence, as within, so without, is not a philosophical metaphor, but a real operational law. Just as every cell in your body vibrates to the rhythm of your thoughts, so does the immediate environment in which you move. A man once told me, "I don't know why I always get sick at home, but when I leave for work, I feel better." I replied, "Your house is saturated with the vibration of your past thoughts. You have sown fear, hopelessness, resentment, and now you are harvesting pain. The walls have memory. The floor remembers your steps. Every object is like a disc recording the emotional atmosphere that surrounds it." Modern science is beginning to confirm what the ancient sages knew without microscopes. Every space is a quantum field open to suggestion. Physics speaks of particle entanglement, meaning that two things, though separated in space, can instantly affect each other if they are in vibrational coherence. So it is with your body and your environment. The vibration of your home can sustain your health or disturb it. Experiment conducted by a team of researchers at the Institute of Bioenergetics in California revealed that certain words, when repeated with emotional intention in a closed space, can alter the electromagnetic composition of the air. Frequencies of harmony, gratitude, love, and acceptance arrange molecular patterns. Those of rejection and anguish disrupt them. That is why this truth is vital. Not only is your body an energetic entity, so is your home, your office, your prayer chair. Is it not significant that God commanded Moses to prepare the tabernacle according to specific measurements, and then to sanctify it with words and oil? Verse 40 tells us, "And Moses anointed the tabernacle and all the utensils in it, and sanctified them." This anointing was not superstition. It was applied spiritual science, the conscious impregnation of the environment with elevated intention. It was quantum programming of space. Just as you can maintain a physical temple, you can maintain your home. You don't need incense or esoteric rituals, you need words and attention. Every time you bless your home, visualize a golden light enveloping it, and speak affirmations of health and peace into every room. You are reorganizing the energetic structure of the environment. Your cells perceive that harmony and respond with regeneration. Have you noticed how a plant blooms in a room where joy reigns, but withers where conflict is constant? Human cells are even more sensitive. They receive the vibrational echo of the environment and adjust their activity accordingly. You are not isolated, you are a node within a network. A woman wrote to me from Veracruz, "My son suffered constant nightly fevers with no medical cause. I read one of your books and began repeating aloud in his room, 'Here dwells the peace of God.' This place vibrates with health." In 3 days, the symptoms disappeared. It was not naive suggestion. It was environmental reprogramming. The child's cells responded to the new vibrational pattern of the space. The mental law does not end at the skin. Your skin is not a boundary. It is a permeable membrane between your inner and outer worlds. When you feel fear in a dark room, it is not the room that changes. It is your mental field projecting threat. But you can reverse the flow. You can imprint into your environment the calm you wish to see reflected in your body. 7-day spatial blessing exercise. Each morning for 7 consecutive days before starting your daily routine, Stand for 5 minutes at the center of your home. Close your eyes and visualize a white light expanding from your heart to every corner of the house. Then speak aloud, clearly and firmly. This space is sacred. Here dwell health, joy, and divine order. Every object vibrates with the light of the Creator. My words are law, and this house is a temple of harmony. Do this in every room if possible. Speak to the furniture, the walls, the refrigerator, the mattress. Thank you for sustaining me. Thank you for serving me. To vibrate in health is not madness. It is applied mental science in the physical field. By the 7th day, you will notice a change. The air lighter, your mood calmer, your thoughts clearer, because the space will have been reprinted with your intention. Remember, just as every cell contains a nucleus that directs its functioning, your home also has a vibrational nucleus. You are that nucleus. You are the governing field. Just as an atom responds to its nucleus with absolute obedience, the environment responds to your word as to a command. Let the weak say, I am strong, Joel 3:10. Let the sick say, this room heals me.
It's for nothing.
For there is no separation between the cell and the house. Everything is a network of resonance. Let this chapter close with a clear truth. If you want health, it is not enough to treat your body as an isolated entity. You must also treat your environment as part of your spiritual anatomy. Bless it. Reprogram its walls with your words. Make your home an ally of your health. Because your house is an extended cell, and every cell responds to the law of the mind. Chapter 2. The invisible inheritance, transgenerational epigenetics. Silent genes and how family beliefs switch them on or off, healing the lineage. Most people believe that what they inherit from their parents is limited to visible traits, eye color, the shape of their hands, a tendency toward allergies or high blood pressure. But this view is superficial and misleading because beyond the biological, what you truly inherit from your lineage are mental patterns, emotional programs, and unconscious commands that sleep within your cells, waiting for a signal to manifest. Genes are closed books, and your beliefs, whether they are your own or those imposed upon you, are the key that either opens them or keeps them sealed. A woman approached me after a lecture and said, Doctor, my mother died of lupus, my grandmother too, and I've just been diagnosed with the same disease. I'm condemned. I replied with the firmness of one who knows the law. You are not condemned by biology, but by the unconscious repetition of unresolved pain. What is inherited more than the illness is the unspoken command. This woman healed when she understood and deactivated the deep resentment that 3 generations of women had carried against the men in their family. Modern science, through epigenetics, has confirmed what the mental law has always maintained. Genes do not determine your destiny, your emotions do. A study published by the Besman Research Institute showed that certain traumas can alter gene expression in mice for up to 3 generations. Fear of a specific smell, induced in one generation, was transmitted to the grandchildren without any direct contact. This is not magic. It is biological programming. The same occurs in human beings. If your grandfather lived in extreme poverty, that vibration of scarcity may still be active within you, not because it is embedded in the DNA itself, but because the belief associated with it is still alive in your subconscious. This is not magic. It is biological programming. The same occurs in human beings. The mental law has always maintained. Genes do not determine your destiny, your emotions do. A study published by the Besman Research Institute showed that certain traumas can alter gene expression in mice for up to 3 generations. Fear of a specific smell, induced in one generation, was transmitted to the grandchildren without any direct contact. This is not magic. It is, I'm condemned. I replied with the firmness of one who knows the law. You are not condemned by biology, but by the unconscious repetition of unresolved pain. What is inherited more than the illness is the unspoken command. This woman healed when she understood and deactivated the deep resentment that 3 generations of women had carried against the men in their family. Modern science, through epigenetics, has confirmed what the mental law has always maintained. Healed when she understood and deactivated the deep resentment that 3 generations of women had carried against the men in their family. Modern science, through epigenetics, has confirmed what the mental law has always maintained. Healed when she understood and deactivated the deep resentment that 3 generations of women had carried against the men in their family. Modern science, through epigenetics, has confirmed what the mental law has always maintained. Genes do not determine your destiny, your emotions do. A study published by the Besman Research Institute showed that certain traumas can alter gene expression in mice for up to 3 generations. Fear of a specific smell, induced in one generation, was transmitted to the grandchildren without any direct contact. This is not magic. It is biological programming. The same occurs in human beings. If your grandfather lived in extreme poverty, that vibration of scarcity may still be active within you, not because it is embedded in the DNA itself, but because the belief associated with it is still alive in your subconscious. A cell does not switch on a gene at random. It does so because it has received a signal from its environment. And in this case, the most influential environment is your emotional field. This is why I affirm without hesitation, when you cleanse an ancient resentment, when you forgive an unspoken betrayal, when you bless a family name you once cursed, you are deactivating genes that were about to express themselves as illness. You are healing not only your body, but also the bodies of those who will come after you. I once met a man named Oscar, 54 years old, diagnosed with severe rheumatoid arthritis. Conventional treatment could contain the persistent inflammation in his joints. Session of deep introspection, an unexpected image surfaced. His great-grandfather, a ranch owner, had committed a brutal injustice against indigenous farmers. Years later, the story was silenced, and the family carried what seemed like a curse. From a specific practice, to write a letter addressed to that ancestor, narrating all the inherited pain, asking forgiveness on his behalf, and offering light to everyone involved. He was to burn the letter with the clear intention of releasing that pattern. He did this 3 nights in a row. Within a week, his inflammation had decreased dramatically. In a month, lab results showed an unusual drop in autoimmune markers. The doctor spoke of spontaneous remission. I spoke of transgenerational liberation. This practice is not symbolic. It is scientific in the deepest sense of the word. When your subconscious mind receives a new image, a new emotion associated with a past event, it rewrites the instructions it gives to your cells. You are not simply remembering. You are rewiring. You are erasing commands of pain and writing instructions of health. Genealogical forgiveness treatment, affirmation and burned letter. For 7 consecutive nights before sleeping, write a letter to that ancestor, figure or lineage that you sense has left pain or a mandate in your family line. It doesn't matter if you know the details, say what you feel. Express anger, sadness and the desire for freedom. Then add this affirmation aloud while visualizing light surrounding that family name. I am the light of my lineage. All ancient pain dissolves now in love. I forgive, I release, and I heal. What once bound me now transforms into freedom. Once the letter is written, burn it with the clear intention of closing that cycle. Watch as the fire transmutes the energy of the past. Do it in a safe place, without hurry, with full awareness. The ritual is not superstition. It is symbolic action to anchor a real change in your subconscious. In Psalm 103, the psalmist proclaims, "He heals all your diseases and redeems your life from the pit. He crowns you with love and compassion." This is a universal law, but first, you must identify which pit you are unconsciously.
Ever noticed how every generation seems convinced they're living through the worst times in history? That the anxiety you feel about tomorrow, the fear that keeps you awake at night wondering what's coming next, is actually the same fear that has haunted humanity for centuries. But before we begin, please hit the like button and let me know where in the world you're watching from today. It's always fascinating seeing who's joining us from around the world. Has this ever happened to you? You're scrolling through news headlines, watching economic reports or hearing about global conflicts, and suddenly that familiar knot forms in your stomach, that voice in your head whispering, "What if everything falls apart?" Throughout history, every generation has faced its own version of chaos. Our great-grandparents worried about world wars and economic crashes. Their grandparents feared political upheavals and social revolutions. Go back further, and you'll find people terrified of technological inventions that we now consider basic necessities. The telephone was once seen as demonic, the railroad as impossible for the human body to survive, and electricity as dangerous beyond measure. Yet here we are, still standing, still thriving, still moving forward. What you're about to discover might surprise you. The fear you're experiencing right now about artificial intelligence, climate change, economic uncertainty, or social unrest is essentially wearing the same mask that fear has always worn. It's like an actor changing costumes between scenes, but the performer underneath remains identical. The spiritual teacher Emmett Fox understood this profound truth during some of the darkest moments of the 20th century. While bombs were falling on London and New York was plunged into wartime blackouts, he witnessed something extraordinary. Instead of succumbing to collective panic, certain individuals and communities discovered an unshakable peace that seemed to defy all external circumstances. What they had learned was revolutionary yet ancient, that what we call the crisis of the moment is actually an age-old spiritual test disguised as current events. During those 1942 blackouts in New York, when the city was shrouded in darkness for national security reasons and people feared imminent attacks, something magical happened in small prayer groups across the city. Instead of surrendering to terror, they began affirming a simple but powerful truth. Divine love governs all. Stay with me until the end, because what happened next reveals one of the most practical and transformative approaches to dealing with future anxiety that you'll ever encounter. These weren't naive optimists ignoring reality. They were ordinary people who had discovered how to transform their relationship with uncertainty itself. The darkness that was meant to be a symbol of threat became a sanctuary of spiritual practice. They had learned to distinguish between what was really happening and what their fear-conditioned minds were projecting onto uncertain situations. This wasn't about positive thinking or denial. This was about accessing a source of stability that external circumstances simply couldn't touch. But how exactly did they do this? And more importantly, how can you apply these same principles to whatever fears are dominating your thoughts about the future right now? Consider subscribing if you're ready to explore how consciousness shapes reality. This channel is for souls seeking deeper spiritual understanding beyond surface solutions. The secret they discovered transforms everything you think you know about how reality actually works. You see, most people operate under a fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of time and future events. We've been conditioned to believe that tomorrow is something that happens to us, like weather rolling in from a distant horizon. But what if that's completely backwards? Here's the hidden truth that changes everything. The future doesn't exist as a fixed fact waiting to unfold. Instead, it exists as pure possibility, like clay in the hands of a sculptor. And the sculptor isn't some external force beyond your control. It's your own consciousness, working through your thoughts, beliefs, and mental patterns right now, in this very moment. Think about this for a second. What we call the future isn't actually an automatic succession of predetermined events marching toward us in chronological order. It's something far more fluid and responsive than that. The future is essentially a sequence of forms that are being influenced, shaped, and molded by the quality of thinking you're engaging in today. This is where most people get trapped in a cycle that creates the very outcomes they're trying to avoid. When your mind becomes dominated by fear-based projections about what might happen, you're not just passively worrying, you're actually participating.
Facts, man. Shout out to all the KO guards in the chat, man. Yeah, I'm out here building something with the family, man.
Giving it shape through the lens of anxiety, scarcity, and worst-case scenarios. But here's where the transformation
Shout out Mac, man. I
possible.
appreciate that love, Mac.
What Fox called scientific faith operates on completely different principles. Instead of projecting tomorrow from a place of fear and limitation, scientific faith works by aligning your consciousness with what he describes as eternal spiritual principles, laws that govern how thought becomes form, how inner states create outer conditions. When you shift from fear projection to this kind of intentional mental cultivation, something remarkable happens. You begin harvesting peace, order, and provision in your life, even when everything around you seems to be proclaiming the opposite message. It's like learning to tend a garden that exists in the realm of consciousness, where the seeds you plant today with your thinking determine what grows in your experience tomorrow. This isn't about naive optimism or pretending problems don't exist. It's about understanding the mechanics of how reality actually responds to consciousness. Those prayer groups during the wartime blackouts weren't denying the bombs or the darkness. They were working with a deeper level of causation, recognizing that their inner state had more influence over their actual experience than the external circumstances everyone else was reacting to. The journey from victim to creator mindset happens when you realize that you're not waiting for tomorrow to arrive and reveal what it has in store for you. Instead, you're actively participating in projecting tomorrow into existence through the quality of consciousness you maintain today. Every thought you think, every mental image you hold, every belief you reinforce is like sending instructions to the field of possibility about what forms you want to see manifested. This revelation completely changes your relationship with uncertainty. Instead of feeling helpless in the face of an unknown future, you begin to understand that you have far more influence over what's coming than you ever imagined. The fear that once paralyzed you transforms into a kind of creative excitement because you're no longer at the mercy of external forces beyond your control. Now, I want to go even deeper into this topic because understanding these principles intellectually is just the beginning. The real transformation happens when you learn specific techniques for working with consciousness in practical, measurable ways. There are actual methods you can use to shift from fear-based projection to what Fox called the golden key approach to mental discipline. Write in the comments, "I'm ready to be the sculptor," if this perspective is opening up new possibilities in your thinking about how much influence you actually have over your future experience. The golden key method reveals something that will completely shift your perspective on how transformation actually works. Most people are trapped in what Fox identified as the greatest misunderstanding of human consciousness, the belief that solutions to current anxieties are hiding somewhere in a future moment. Think about how often your mind does this. You're dealing with stress today, but you tell yourself, once I get that promotion, once I move to a different city, once this situation resolves itself, then I'll finally have peace. This mental pattern keeps you perpetually chasing a mirage. Your soul, operating from what Fox called ignorance of its divine nature, keeps projecting peace toward tomorrow, like it's a destination you can eventually reach if you just manage your circumstances correctly. But here's the revelation that changes everything. The only moment you actually possess, the only moment where real change can occur, is right now. This isn't just philosophical wisdom, it's practical spiritual technology. When you truly grasp that this present moment is the only point of power you have, your entire approach to dealing with future anxiety undergoes a fundamental restructuring. Instead of trying to solve tomorrow's problems with tomorrow's solutions, you begin working with the creative forces that are available to you today. Eternity isn't what most people think it is. We've been conditioned to imagine eternity as an endless timeline stretching infinitely in both directions, like standing on railroad tracks that disappear into the horizon. But Fox understood something that Jesus was pointing to in the Sermon on the Mount when he said, "Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof." Eternity isn't a quantity of time. It's a quality of consciousness that can only be accessed and experienced in the present moment. This completely transforms your relationship with anxiety about the future. When your consciousness is operating from this eternal quality, you're no longer trying to manage an infinite series of potential problems that might emerge from an unknown tomorrow. Instead, you're working with whatever is actually present in your awareness right now, which is always manageable, always workable, always within your capacity to address. The journey from chronic worry to present moment mastery happens through understanding this hidden mechanic of consciousness. Every moment you spend mentally rehearsing future disasters is a moment you're not available to the creative intelligence that could be solving your actual current situation. It's like having a conversation with someone while constantly looking over their shoulder for threats that may never materialize. Behind the scenes of all anxiety is this pattern of consciousness leaking out of the present and getting trapped in hypothetical scenarios. But when you learn to recognize this happening and gently redirect your attention back to what's actually occurring right now, you tap into a completely different kind of mental clarity and emotional stability. This is where the real breakthrough happens. The present moment isn't just a philosophical concept or meditation technique. It's the only place where the laws of manifestation actually operate. Think about it. You can't take action yesterday, and you can't take action tomorrow. All decisions, all choices, all creative responses can only happen now. This moment is where your consciousness interfaces with the creative forces of reality. A like would mean everything if you felt that connection to what your soul already knows. Your engagement helps this message find others seeking the same understanding. What's fascinating is how this impacts your decision-making process. When you're operating from present moment awareness, you're no longer trying to make choices based on preventing imaginary future problems. Instead, you're responding to actual current information with access to intuitive guidance that can only be received when your consciousness isn't scattered across multiple timelines. The transformation in your daily experience becomes noticeable, and quite quickly. Instead of carrying around this constant background anxiety about what might happen, you find yourself dealing with situations as they actually arise, which turns out to be much more manageable than the mental versions you were rehearsing. Your energy becomes available for creative problem solving rather than being drained by hypothetical scenario planning. Write in the comments, present moment power, if you're starting to see how much mental energy you've been spending on things that exist only in your imagination rather than working with the creative possibilities available to you right now. What I'm about to share with you reveals the precise mechanism behind why some people seem to effortlessly attract positive outcomes while others get trapped in cycles of recurring problems. The universe operates according to a law that most people are completely unaware of, and understanding this law gives you access to a level of creative control that seems almost magical to those who don't know how it works. Here's the hidden truth that changes everything. The universe can only respond to the thought you're holding right now. Not the thought you had yesterday, not the thought you plan to have tomorrow, but the mental frequency you're broadcasting in this present moment. This is where most people unknowingly sabotage their own future by misunderstanding how the creative process actually functions. When you spend time mentally rehearsing future fears, projecting yourself into scenarios of uncertainty and worst-case outcomes, you're not just passively worrying. You're actively planting seeds in the field of consciousness that can only grow into experiences that match the vibration of those fear-based thoughts. The universe doesn't distinguish between what you want and what you don't want. It simply responds to the emotional and mental energy you're consistently generating. This reveals why trying to solve future problems from a mindset of anxiety is like trying to grow flowers by planting weeds. The very act of focusing on what you're afraid might happen is programming the creative forces of reality to produce more experiences that validate those fears. It's a feedback loop that keeps people trapped in exactly the kinds of situations they're desperately trying to avoid. But here's where the transformation becomes possible. Once you understand that your present moment thinking is literally the seed material for your future experience, you can begin working with this creative process intentionally rather than accidentally. Instead of unconsciously broadcasting worry and limitation, you can learn to consciously cultivate thoughts and mental states that align with the outcomes you actually want to experience. This brings us to something that might initially sound mystical, but is actually intensely practical. Linear time, The way we normally think about past, present, and future arranged in a straight line is what Fox called a necessary illusion. It's useful for organizing physical experience, scheduling appointments, and coordinating with other people, but it's not actually how consciousness operates at the level where creation happens. In the realm of spiritual reality, there's only this eternal present moment where all creative power is concentrated. When you think, when you pray, when you make decisions, you're always doing so from this eternal now. The journey of transformation happens when you realize that this present moment isn't just a fleeting instant between past and future. It's the only place where you have access to the creative forces that shape your experience. This understanding completely revolutionizes your approach to planning and goal setting. Instead of trying to control future outcomes through mental projection and worry, you begin working with present moment consciousness to create the internal conditions that naturally attract the experiences you desire. It's like learning to tune an instrument. When your inner state is harmonized with what you want to create, the external world begins resonating with that frequency. The impact on your daily life becomes profound once you start applying this principle consistently. Instead of feeling at the mercy of external circumstances and future uncertainties, you discover that you have access to a kind of creative authority that operates from within. Your decisions become clearer because you're making them from present moment awareness rather than from fear-based projections about what might happen. Behind the scenes of every breakthrough in someone's life is this shift from unconscious mental programming to conscious collaboration with the creative process. When you stop accidentally planting seeds of limitation and start intentionally cultivating thoughts that align with your highest vision, the universe begins responding to that new frequency in ways that often exceed your expectations. Write in the comments, planting new seeds, if you're beginning to see how your current thinking patterns might be creating the very experiences you've been trying to change, and you're ready to work with the creative process more consciously. The golden key method is where theoretical understanding transforms into practical mastery over your mental state. This isn't just another positive thinking technique. It's a precision tool for interrupting the automatic fear patterns that most people don't even realize are running in the background of their consciousness. When you're caught in the grip of anxiety about losing your job, getting sick, or watching the world collapse around you, there's a specific intervention that can shift your entire internal experience in real time. The technique is deceptively simple, but remarkably powerful. The moment you notice your mind spiraling into disaster scenarios, you stop whatever mental movie you're playing and begin repeating internally with firm intention, God, God, God. You're not trying to convince yourself of anything or argue with the fearful thoughts. You're simply substituting problem-focused thinking with what Fox called God thoughts, redirecting your mental energy toward the source of all creative power. What happens behind the scenes during this practice is fascinating from a neurological perspective. Those disaster images that feel so real and compelling begin to fade as your consciousness shifts frequencies. It's like changing the channel on a television set. The fearful programming is still broadcasting somewhere, but you're no longer tuned into that station. Your awareness is now aligned with a completely different quality of information. This reveals something profound about the nature of fear itself. Most of the anxiety you experience isn't actually responding to current reality. It's responding to mental programming that's been running automatically since childhood. The human mind has been systematically trained from infancy to live in a state of anticipation. You study for exams to prepare for future success, work jobs you don't enjoy to save for retirement, sacrifice present happiness for supposed relief that's always just around the corner. This programming operates like collective hypnosis that robs you of access to the only place where you can actually touch the source of creative power, this present moment. Think about how much of your mental energy is constantly leaking into hypothetical future scenarios. You're either trying to prevent imaginary disasters or chasing imaginary rewards, while the actual creative potential of your life is available right here, right now. The journey of awakening involves recognizing how deeply this anticipation programming has shaped your entire approach to living. From childhood, you were taught to defer gratification, to worry about tomorrow, to plan for every contingency. While some practical planning has its place, most people take this to an extreme that disconnects them from present moment awareness, where all real power exists. If these spiritual principles resonate with you, I'd love to have you subscribe. Every video here helps you discover the divine intelligence within and work with consciousness intentionally. Breaking free from this hypnosis doesn't happen through willpower or mental force. It happens through gentle, consistent redirection of attention back to the eternal now. Every time you catch your mind projecting into future fears or fantasies, you have an opportunity to practice what Fox called touching God, returning to the source of creative intelligence that's always available in the present. The transformation becomes noticeable as you develop skill with this practice. Instead of feeling victimized by your own thoughts, you begin to recognize that you have choice over where you direct your mental energy. The anticipation anxiety that once dominated your inner landscape starts to dissolve as you learn to meet each moment freshly, rather than through the filter of projected expectations. This is where the real revelation emerges. Most of what you've been calling planning for the future has actually been unconscious participation in fear-based programming that prevents you from accessing the intuitive guidance and creative solutions that are available when your consciousness is present and aligned. The decisions you make from present moment awareness tend to be far more effective and inspired than the decisions you make from anticipation anxiety. The hidden truth is that the future you're so concerned about is being created right now through the quality of consciousness you're maintaining in this moment. When you're trapped in anticipation hypnosis, you're unconsciously programming tomorrow with the same limited patterns that created today's challenges. Write in the comments, breaking the hypnosis, if you're starting to recognize how much of your mental energy has been trapped in future projections rather than being available for present moment creative power. When you truly understand this principle, it's like discovering you've been trying to navigate a storm while blindfolded. Picture a man alone on a raft in the middle of turbulent seas. The sky is dark, waves are crashing over him, and the wind is howling with seemingly unstoppable force. Now, if this man allows his mind to race forward, imagining tomorrow's storm or next week's potential disasters, fear becomes his greatest enemy. His imagination begins creating scenarios that are far worse than his actual current situation, and that mental paralysis becomes more dangerous than the physical storm itself. But here's where the transformation happens. If this same man turns his attention inward and begins affirming, "God is with me, God is my security," something remarkable occurs. The external storm doesn't necessarily calm down, but his inner experience undergoes a fundamental shift. His soul finds a kind of firmness that exists independent of the surrounding chaos. The waves may continue raging, but he's no longer at their mercy emotionally and mentally. This metaphor reveals the hidden mechanism behind why some people can maintain extraordinary peace during life's most challenging periods, while others fall apart during relatively minor difficulties. The difference isn't in their external circumstances, it's in where they've learned to anchor their consciousness during turbulent times. The journey from external dependency to internal stability requires what Fox called eternity planting. This involves a practice so simple that most people dismiss it as too basic to be effective. Yet it's precisely this simplicity that gives it power. The practice involves stopping once every hour and silently repeating "God, God, God." But this isn't mechanical repetition like a broken record. It's using that word as a precision tool, like a chisel that carves the rock of truth directly into your consciousness. Each time you engage in this practice, you're literally planting seeds of eternity in your awareness. Think about what happens when you consistently interrupt whatever mental drama is playing and redirect your attention to the source of all stability and peace. You're training your consciousness to have a home base, a place to return to when external circumstances become overwhelming. Behind the scenes of this practice is a profound rewiring of your automatic responses to stress and uncertainty. Most people's default setting when faced with challenges is to immediately project into worst-case scenarios or frantically search for external solutions. But when you've developed the habit of hourly reconnection with the divine presence, your first instinct becomes turning inward to that unshakable foundation rather than spiraling outward into mental chaos. The impact on your decision-making process becomes extraordinary once this practice is established. Instead of making choices from a state of anxiety or desperation, you're accessing guidance from a place of centered awareness. The decisions that emerge from this state tend to be far more effective and aligned with your highest good than the decisions made from fear-based thinking. What's fascinating is how this practice affects your relationship with time itself. Instead of feeling like you're racing against the clock or being overwhelmed by an endless series of demands, you begin experiencing pockets of eternity scattered throughout your day. Each hourly pause becomes a moment of restoration that actually expands your sense of available time rather than reducing it. The revelation here is that you don't need perfect external conditions to access perfect internal peace. The man on the raft doesn't need the storm to stop in order to find stability. He needs to learn where true security actually exists. This completely transforms your approach to dealing with uncertainty because you're no longer waiting for external circumstances to align before you can experience peace. Now, I want to explore how this principle applies to one of the most practical challenges everyone faces: the relationship between your mental state and your ability to create positive changes in your actual life circumstances. Write in the comments, "Finding my anchor," if you're beginning to see how developing this kind of internal stability could change your entire experience of dealing with life's inevitable storms and uncertainties. The transformation from victim to creator consciousness happens when you discover what Jesus was really pointing to with one of his most profound statements. When he said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life," most people interpret this as a religious claim about his unique identity or a promise about reaching heaven someday. But what if he was revealing something far more immediate and practical about the nature of consciousness itself? He wasn't speaking about tomorrow, some distant destination, or adherence to a particular belief system. He was pointing to what Fox called the conscious hour, that interior moment where your soul awakens to its true divine nature. This awakening doesn't happen in some future spiritual experience. It happens right here, right now, when you recognize that the same creative consciousness that operated through Jesus is the same consciousness that's operating through you in this very moment. If this touched something real within, you would really support what we're building here. It helps these teachings reach others who need them. This revelation completely transforms your understanding of personal power and creative authority. You're not waiting for some external savior to rescue you from your circumstances. You're discovering that the creative force capable of transforming any situation is already present within your own consciousness, available to be activated through your moment-to-moment choices about where to focus your mental energy. Here's where the practical rubber meets the spiritual road. Everything you're experiencing in your life right now, your relationships, your financial situation, your health, your opportunities, your challenges, all of it is the material projection of your sustained mental patterns. This isn't metaphorical or symbolic. It's describing the actual mechanism through which consciousness creates form in the physical world. You are your sustained thought, engraved in the depths of your mind, where your individual consciousness communicates with universal law. Think about this for a moment. Every pattern
That's
that
what's
keeps
up. Y'all
repeating
appreciate
in
the
your
audio?
life,
Y'all want me to
every
put a
type
different
of
audio on?
situation you seem to attract, every kind of person who shows up in your experience,
Y'all appreciate the audio?
these
Want a
aren't
different audio?
random occurrences or unfortunate coincidences. They're the external manifestation of the internal mental and emotional patterns you've been running, often unconsciously, for years. The journey of awakening involves recognizing that everything you encounter in your external world is nothing but the material projection of your mental life. This might initially feel overwhelming because it means taking complete responsibility for your experience, but it's actually the most empowering discovery you can make. If your external world is reflecting your internal patterns,
All right, that's
then
love. That's
changing
love. I
those
appreciate
patterns
y'all. Let me know
gives
if
you
y'all want a
access
different
to
audio, man. We on that.
transforming
I'm
your
just working
external
right now. You know, I
experience.
get to talking when I
Behind
get the
the
chance,
scenes
but
of every major
I put y'all in
breakthrough
the audio
in
books on
someone's
right quick
life
since
is
I
the
can't talk it
shift
for y'all. Let
from
somebody else say it right
unconscious
quick.
mental
I'll be
programming
right
to
back.
conscious collaboration with the creative process. When you understand that your sustained thoughts are literally the building blocks of your future experience, you stop being casual about what you allow to dominate your mental landscape. You begin treating your consciousness like the precious creative instrument it actually is. This reveals why the Golden Key method and the hourly God practice are so transformative. They're not just stress management techniques or spiritual exercises, they're precision tools for interrupting unconscious mental patterns and replacing them with conscious alignment with creative intelligence. Every time you redirect your thoughts from problem focus to God focus, you're literally rewiring the mental patterns that create your external experience. The hidden truth is that you've been using this creative power your entire life, but mostly unconsciously and often in ways that create more of what you don't want. The fear patterns, the limitation beliefs, the scarcity thinking, all of these have been faithfully reproducing themselves in your external circumstances because consciousness doesn't distinguish between what you want and what you don't want. It simply creates more of whatever you consistently focus on. Now, I want to reveal how this understanding leads to specific techniques for consciously working with this creative process. Because knowing these principles intellectually is just the beginning. The real transformation happens when you learn practical methods for sustaining the mental patterns that align with the life you actually want to experience. Write in the comments, "I am the creator," if you're beginning to see how your current life circumstances might be reflecting mental patterns you weren't even aware you were running, and you're ready to start working with this creative process more intentionally. The power of conscious mental mapping becomes crystal clear when you see it applied in real-world circumstances where everything seems to be working against success. During the height of the Great Depression, when businesses were failing left and right, and the economy seemed to be in complete freefall, there was a young shoe store owner who was facing bankruptcy. His situation looked hopeless from every conventional perspective. Customers weren't buying, inventory was piling up, and creditors were knocking at his door. But this man made a decision that would completely transform not just his business, but his understanding of how reality actually responds to consciousness. Instead of allowing his mind to hold images of collapse and failure, he began practicing what Fox called mental mapping. Every morning before opening his stores, he would close his eyes and visualize something that seemed impossible given his current circumstances. Stores filled with customers, employees actively engaged and smiling, cash registers ringing with abundant sales, and money flowing freely through his business. What happened next demonstrates the practical power of working consciously with the law of mental creation. This wasn't positive thinking or wishful fantasy, it was precise application of spiritual technology. By consistently holding images of success and abundance in his consciousness, even when external evidence suggested the opposite, he was programming the creative forces of reality to respond to his inner vision rather than his outer circumstances. The transformation didn't happen overnight, but it was undeniable. Within a reasonable period, his business began reflecting the mental images he had been cultivating. Customer traffic increased, employee morale improved, and sales started climbing.
Trying to put it up higher so I can see.
The size of his business during one of the most challenging economic periods in modern history. The key was understanding that his attention was literally the chisel with which he was sculpting his tomorrow. This reveals something profound about how the creative process actually operates. Your attention isn't just passive observation, it's active participation in the formation of your future experience. Where you consistently place your attention today determines where your reality will grow tomorrow. This isn't metaphorical or symbolic. It's describing a precise law of consciousness that operates whether you're aware of it or not. The law of
Welcome to the GhODCast. This is where we get you the God fast. No matter if I'm talking or I put somebody else on the mic, you hear me?
Is intentional
we gonna get you there.
Most people are accidentally programming their future with whatever mental content happens to capture their attention. News headlines, other people's opinions, worst-case scenarios, limitation beliefs inherited from childhood. They're using this incredibly powerful creative force unconsciously, often creating more of exactly what they're trying to avoid. Behind the scenes of every success story is someone who learned to work with this law deliberately rather than accidentally. The shoe store owner's breakthrough wasn't about having better business strategies or superior market conditions. It was about recognizing that his sustained mental attention was the most powerful tool he had for influencing his external circumstances. This understanding completely transforms your approach to goal achievement and problem solving. Instead of trying to force external changes through sheer effort and willpower, you begin working at the level of consciousness where all external changes originate. You realize that your imagination isn't just entertainment or escapism. It's the workshop where your future experiences are being designed and manufactured. The journey from victim to creator consciousness happens when you stop being casual about what captures your mental attention and start becoming intentional about what images and ideas you allow to dominate your inner landscape. Every moment you spend visualizing problems and limitations is a moment you're unconsciously programming more of the same into your future experience. Now, I want to explore how this principle extends beyond personal success into understanding the deeper spiritual laws that govern how consciousness creates form. Because once you grasp these mechanics, you'll never again feel powerless in the face of challenging circumstances. Write in the comments, "Sculpting my tomorrow," if you're starting to see how your current attention patterns might be creating the very experiences you want to change, and you're ready to start using your mental focus more strategically. The deeper you understand this creative process, the more you realize you've been working with the most sophisticated manifestation technology in existence. But most people are using it like a master craftsman would use precision tools to build a shack. Your subconscious mind operates exactly like a master carpenter who builds only what has been drawn beforehand in the blueprints. It doesn't question the design, doesn't argue with the specifications, and doesn't try to improve upon what you've given it. It simply converts into physical form whatever your conscious mind has consistently held as truth. This reveals why the quality of your mental blueprints determines the quality of your life experience. If the model you're consistently holding in consciousness is one of ruin, financial struggle, relationship problems, or health challenges, then your subconscious mind faithfully builds exactly that into your external circumstances. But if the model is one of harmony, abundance, love, and vitality, then nothing can break the structure that emerges from that foundation. Behind the scenes of every person's life is this invisible construction project happening 24 hours a day. Your subconscious is constantly receiving blueprints from your conscious thoughts, beliefs, expectations, and mental images, then working tirelessly to construct external experiences that match those internal specifications. The transformation from struggle to success happens when you realize you've been accidentally handing your subconscious contractor the wrong set of blueprints. This understanding leads to one of the most powerful practices for taking conscious control of your creative process. The journey from accidental creation to intentional manifestation begins with establishing what Fox called daily vision setting. This isn't just goal setting or positive thinking. It's a precise method for programming your subconscious with clear, specific instructions about what you want it to build in your experience. The practice itself is elegantly simple, but profoundly effective. Upon waking, before you even move from your bed, before checking your phone or allowing the day's demands to capture your attention, you choose a clear image of your desired day. This isn't a vague hope or wishful thinking. It's a specific, detailed mental picture of how you want your next 24 hours to unfold. The hidden power in this practice emerges when you write down this vision using simple, affirmative words. The act of writing engages multiple levels of consciousness simultaneously. Your visual imagination creates the image, your kinesthetic system engages through the physical act of writing, and your linguistic centers encode the vision in language. This multidimensional programming gives your subconscious incredibly clear instructions to work with. But here's where most people miss the critical element that makes this practice transformative rather than just wishful thinking. You read your written vision once with complete conviction, not as something you hope might happen, but as something you're actively choosing to experience. This fixes the day's direction because you're literally writing it with the focused power of your thought. The impact on your daily experience becomes noticeable almost immediately. Instead of feeling like you're at the mercy of whatever circumstances happen to unfold, you begin each day from a position of creative authority. Your subconscious mind receives clear instructions about what to build, and it begins orchestrating circumstances, opportunities, and encounters that align with your conscious vision. What's fascinating is how this practice affects your decision-making throughout the day. Because you've established a clear intention at the beginning, your choices naturally align with manifesting that vision. Opportunities that support your intended experience become more visible, while distractions that would derail your vision lose their appeal. The revelation here is that you're not trying to control every detail of how your day unfolds. You're establishing the general direction and quality of experience you want to have, then allowing your subconscious mind to work out the specific mechanics of how to bring that vision into form. Now, I want to explore how this individual practice of conscious creation connects to larger patterns of collective transformation. Because when you understand how personal consciousness affects not just your own life, but the entire field of shared human experience, you begin to see your role in creating positive change on a much larger scale. Write in the comments, Master Carpenter, if you're beginning to see how your subconscious has been faithfully building whatever blueprints you've been unconsciously providing, and you're ready to start giving it clearer, more intentional instructions. When you begin working with conscious visualization, there's often a voice in your head that says you're just making things up, fantasizing about outcomes that don't exist yet, essentially lying to yourself about reality. But this reveals a fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of reality itself. When you visualize good that hasn't manifested in the physical world yet, you're not lying or engaging in wishful thinking. You're actually revealing the deepest truth that already exists on what Fox called the spiritual plane, just waiting for your conscious acceptance to allow it to manifest in form. This completely transforms your relationship with imagination and visualization. You're not trying to create something from nothing. You're recognizing something that already exists in potential and giving it permission to express itself in your experience. The visible world, everything you can see and touch and measure, is always the last to know about what's really happening. By the time something appears in physical form, it has already existed as possibility, then as mental image, then as energetic pattern, before finally condensing into material reality. This reveals why the journey of transformation often feels like you're working backwards from conventional logic. Instead of waiting to see evidence before you believe something is possible, you learn to hold the vision of what you want to experience until physical reality catches up with your inner knowing. The external world is like a slow-motion movie of whatever has been playing in consciousness, working backwards from conventional logic. Instead of waiting to see evidence before you believe something is possible, you learn to hold the vision of what you want to experience until physical reality catches up with your inner knowing, to material reality. This reveals why the journey of transformation often feels like you're working backwards from conventional logic, listed as possibility, then as mental image, then as energetic pattern, before finally the visible world, everything you can see and touch and measure, is always the last to know about what's really happening. By the time something appears in physical form, it has already existed as possibility, then as mental image, then as energetic pattern, before finally condensing into material reality. Know about what's really happening. By the time something appears in physical form, it has already existed as possibility, then as mental image, then as energetic pattern, before the visible world, everything you can see and touch and measure, is always the last to know about what's really happening. By the time something appears in physical form, it has already existed as possibility, then as mental image, then as energetic pattern,
Facts,
before
man. Y'all
finally
know what it
condensing
is,
into
man. Get
material
that drip.
reality. This reveals why the journey of transformation often feels like you're working backwards from conventional logic. Instead of waiting to see evidence before you believe something is possible, you learn to hold the vision of what you want to experience
KO
until
God's
physical
building in the
reality
building.
catches up with your inner knowing. The external world is like a slow-motion movie of whatever has been playing in consciousness for weeks or months. Understand the visible world, everything you can see and touch and measure, is always the last to know about what's really happening. By the time something appears in physical form, it has already existed as possibility, then as mental image, then as energetic pattern, before the visible world, everything you can see and touch and measure, is always the last to know about what's really happening. By the time something appears in physical form, it has already existed as possibility, then as mental image, then as energetic pattern, before finally condensing into material reality. This reveals why the journey of transformation often feels like you're working backwards from conventional logic. Instead of waiting to see evidence before you believe something is possible, you learn to hold the vision of what you want to experience until physical reality catches up with your inner knowing. The external world is like a slow-motion movie of whatever has been playing in consciousness for weeks or months. Understanding this principle leads to one of the most profound revelations about personal power and creative authority. What you don't see in your mind as possible, the world literally cannot give you as real. This isn't limitation, it's the precise mechanism through which consciousness creates form. Your mental images function as molds that shape the raw material of experience into specific forms. The correct mental image operates like a mold in a foundry. When molten metal is poured into a mold, it takes exactly the shape of that container. Similarly, the formless energy of life responds to the mental molds you provide through your sustained imagination and expectation. Life doesn't respond to your desires, your wishes, your hopes, or your fears. It responds only to the clear, consistent mental molds you provide through your dominant thoughts and images. This is where most people unknowingly sabotage their own manifestation process. They hold one mental image while consciously desiring something completely different. They might visualize success for a few minutes in the morning, then spend the rest of the day thinking about all the reasons why their goals are impossible. The universe responds to the dominant mental mold, which in this case is limitation and impossibility. Behind the scenes of every major breakthrough in someone's life is the moment when they stop providing mixed signals to the creative process and start holding clear, consistent mental molds that align with what they actually want to experience. The transformation from struggle to success happens when you realize that your imagination isn't separate from the creative process. It is the creative process. This understanding revolutionizes your approach to goal achievement because you're no longer trying to force external changes through effort alone. You're working at the level where all external changes originate, in the realm of mental images and sustained expectations. The physical manifestation becomes a natural result of holding the correct mental mold rather than something you have to struggle and strain to create. The hidden truth is that you've been using this creative technology your entire life, but mostly unconsciously. Every pattern that keeps repeating in your experience started as a mental mold that you've been unconsciously maintaining. The financial patterns, the relationship patterns, the health patterns, all of these began as invisible mental molds before they became visible external experiences. Now, I want to reveal how this individual understanding of mental molds connects to the larger patterns of collective human experience. Because when groups of people begin holding similar mental molds, they create what Fox called visible external experiences. Now, I want to reveal how this individual understanding of mental mold, the correct mental mold, rather than something you have to struggle and strain to create. The alone. You're working at the level where all external changes originate, in the realm of mental images and sustained expectations. The physical manifestation becomes a natural result of holding the correct mental mold rather than something you have to struggle and strain to create. And sustained expectations. The physical manifestation becomes a natural result of holding the correct mental mold rather than something you have to struggle and strain to create. Separate from the creative process, it is the creative process. This understanding revolutionizes your approach to goal achievement and start holding clear, consistent mental molds that align with what they actually want to experience. The transformation from struggle to success happens when you realize that your imagination isn't separate from the creative process. It is the creative process. This understanding revolutionizes your approach to goal achievement because you're no longer trying to force external changes through effort alone. You're working at the level where all external changes originate, in the realm of mental images and sustained expectations. The physical manifestation becomes a natural result of holding the correct mental mold rather than something you have to struggle and strain to create. The hidden truth is that you've been using this creative technology your entire life, but mostly unconsciously. Every pattern that keeps repeating in your experience started as a mental mold that you've been unconsciously maintaining. The financial patterns, the relationship patterns, the health patterns, all of these began as invisible mental molds before they became visible external experiences. Now, I want to reveal how this individual understanding of mental molds connects to the larger patterns of collective human experience. Because when groups of people begin holding similar mental molds, they create what Fox called mass thought forms that influence entire societies and cultures. Write in the comments, "I'm the mold maker," if you're beginning to see how your mental images have been unconsciously shaping your life experiences, and you're ready to start creating conscious molds that align with what you actually want to manifest. The power of conscious mental molds extends far beyond personal transformation into understanding how divine intelligence communicates with human consciousness. When Moses encountered the burning bush, he wasn't witnessing an illusion or experiencing a hallucination. He was encountering contained energy, fire that illuminated without destroying, light that revealed truth without consuming its vessel. This wasn't a symbol of divine punishment or supernatural intervention, but something far more profound. Direct contact between the eternal realm of principle and the temporal world of human experience. The bush didn't consume because the fire wasn't human in origin. It was principle itself, manifesting in visible form. This reveals something crucial about how divine intelligence works through the natural world and through human consciousness. When you align your mental molds with spiritual principle rather than personal ego or fear-based thinking, you become like that burning bush, a vessel through which divine energy can flow without being destroyed by the intensity of that connection. This understanding transforms your entire perspective on what we call progress and technological advancement. The journey of human discovery and innovation isn't a series of random accidents or purely human achievements. Every new energy that mankind discovers, every breakthrough in science and technology, every expansion of human capability is actually part of the ordered unfolding of what Fox called the divine plan. These developments aren't happening by chance. They're revelations of possibilities that have always existed, waiting for human consciousness to evolve enough to recognize and work with them. Behind the scenes of every major scientific breakthrough, every technological revolution, every expansion of human understanding, is this same principle of divine intelligence revealing itself through prepared human consciousness. The individuals who make these discoveries aren't creating something from nothing. They're becoming clear enough vessels to receive and transmit information that already exists in the realm of infinite possibility. Now, this doesn't mean that all technological progress is automatically good, or that every new discovery will be used wisely. Like all expressions of human freedom, these new energies and capabilities can be misused when they're filtered through fear, greed, or ego-driven consciousness. But in their essence, they're neutral tools whose purpose is elevating human experience to more harmonic and unified planes of existence. This perspective completely transforms your relationship with change and uncertainty about the future. Instead of fearing new developments or feeling overwhelmed by the pace of technological advancement, you begin to recognize these changes as part of an intelligent unfolding designed to support human evolution. The artificial intelligence revolution, advances in communication technology, breakthroughs in energy production. All of these are opportunities for consciousness to express itself more fully through expanded capabilities. The revelation here is that you're not separate from this process of divine unfolding. Your individual journey of consciousness development, your personal transformation from fear-based to love-based thinking, your growth in understanding how mental molds create external reality. All of this is part of the same intelligent process that's driving technological and social evolution on a global scale. When you align your personal mental molds with the larger pattern of divine intelligence seeking expression through human experience, you become a conscious participant in this evolutionary process rather than a victim of changes beyond your control. Your individual transformation contributes to the collective elevation of human consciousness, while the expanding possibilities available through technological progress support your personal spiritual development. Now, I want to explore how this understanding of divine intelligence working through human consciousness applies specifically to one of the most significant technological developments of our time, and how you can work with these energies rather than being overwhelmed by them. Write in the comments, burning bush vessel. If you're beginning to see how aligning with divine principle rather than personal ego could make you a clear channel for positive transformation in your own life and in the world around you. The transformation from fear-based to principle-based thinking becomes beautifully illustrated when you look at how the greatest scientific discoveries have actually emerged. Michael Faraday, the pioneer who unlocked the mysteries of electricity and electromagnetic fields, wasn't just a brilliant technician working with laboratory equipment. He was a man of profound interior life, whose approach to scientific investigation was fundamentally spiritual rather than purely materialistic. In his laboratory, Faraday didn't position himself as someone trying to dominate or control the forces of nature. Instead, he understood himself as a servant of natural laws that already existed in perfect order, waiting to be discovered and understood. This humility and reverence for divine intelligence created the precise mental conditions necessary for breakthrough discoveries. His faith in underlying divine order led him step by step to uncover principles that had existed from eternity, principles that would eventually transform human civilization through the development of electrical technology. This reveals something profound about the nature of true discovery versus mere invention. Faraday wasn't creating electricity. He was learning to recognize and work with an energy that had always been present but invisible to previous generations. His spiritual consciousness allowed him to perceive what others had missed, not because he was more intellectually gifted, but because his inner state was aligned with the very intelligence that governs natural phenomena. Behind the scenes of every authentic scientific breakthrough is this same pattern of consciousness recognizing truth that already exists rather than manufacturing something entirely new. The journey from ignorance to understanding happens when human awareness becomes clear enough to perceive what divine intelligence has already established as natural law. This understanding gives you a completely different framework for evaluating the rapid changes happening in our world today. Instead of automatically fearing new technological developments or social transformations, you can learn to recognize them as potential expressions of the same divine intelligence that guided Faraday's discoveries. The key is developing discernment about which changes are driven by love, wisdom, and justice versus those motivated by fear, greed, or the desire to control others. You don't need to fear the new if you can recognize it as an expression of good seeking to manifest more fully in human experience. Changes in society, economy, technology, or cultural customs become opportunities for celebration rather than anxiety when you can perceive them as vehicles for greater harmony, connection, and human flourishing. The only evolution that has lasting value is the kind that reveals more of divine intelligence operating through human consciousness and human institutions. The hidden truth is that your individual response to collective changes actually influences how those changes unfold. When you approach new developments with fear and resistance, you contribute to the collective mental atmosphere that tends to manifest the destructive potentials of any new technology or social shift. But when you approach change with discernment, wisdom, and openness to divine good expressing itself in new forms, you help tip the collective consciousness toward manifesting the beneficial potentials instead. This doesn't mean being naively optimistic about every change or failing to recognize genuine threats to human welfare. It means developing the spiritual maturity to distinguish between changes that serve the evolution of consciousness and those that represent detours or temporary regressions. The more clearly you can perceive divine intelligence seeking expression through human activity, the more effectively you can support genuine progress while maintaining healthy boundaries around developments that don't serve the highest good. Now, I want to explore how this principle of discerning divine intelligence in new developments applies specifically to understanding what Fox called atomic energy versus spiritual energy. because this comparison reveals something crucial about the relationship between external technological power and internal spiritual development. Write in the comments, servant of the laws, if you're beginning to see how approaching change with humility and faith in divine order, rather than fear and resistance, could transform your entire experience of living in uncertain times. The discovery of atomic energy represents one of the most profound revelations about the nature of reality that human consciousness has ever received, but most people completely miss the deeper spiritual significance of what was actually revealed. The atom isn't just a scientific discovery, it's what Fox called a living parable, a material representation of metaphysical truth that mirrors something fundamental about the nature of consciousness itself. Think about what the splitting of the atom actually demonstrated. Within something apparently small and invisible, almost impossibly tiny, resides immense potency capable of transforming matter into energy and releasing forces that can literally reshape the physical world. This isn't just a fact about physics, it's a perfect reflection of spiritual reality. Within every human being, no matter how ordinary they might appear, no matter how much they might be struggling with doubt, suffering, or anxiety, dwells a divine spark that contains the same kind of transformative potential. The journey from feeling powerless to recognizing your true spiritual authority happens when you realize that the same creative intelligence that packed infinite potential into the structure of atoms has placed unlimited spiritual energy within your own consciousness. You're not a victim of circumstances any more than an atom is a victim of nuclear physics. Both operate according to invisible laws that become visible when the right conditions are created for their expression. This understanding completely transforms your relationship with fear. About technological developments and global changes, the atomic discoveries weren't given to humanity for our destruction, but for our awakening to the incredible creative power that exists at every level of reality, from the microscopic to the cosmic to the spiritual. When consciousness understands its own atomic nature, its ability to release tremendous creative energy when properly activated, external technological power becomes much less threatening. True spiritual energy operates according to the same principle that Fox observed in the burning bush. It illuminates, transforms, and reveals truth, but it doesn't destroy when it's aligned with divine intelligence rather than ego-driven consciousness. This energy doesn't come from external sources that can be depleted or controlled by others. It comes from principle itself, which means it's inexhaustible and always available to consciousness that knows how to access it. Behind the scenes of every person who maintains extraordinary peace and creative power during challenging times is someone who has learned to work with their inner atomic energy rather than trying to find security through external means alone. They've discovered that the same intelligence that governs atomic forces also governs the creative process through which consciousness shapes experience. The hidden truth is that you don't need to understand nuclear physics to work with the spiritual parallel of atomic energy. You just need to recognize that within your apparently limited human consciousness resides unlimited creative potential, waiting to be activated through proper understanding and application of spiritual principle. Every moment you spend aligned with divine intelligence, rather than fear-based thinking, is like creating the conditions for a controlled spiritual chain reaction that can transform every area of your life. This revelation changes your entire approach to personal empowerment and problem solving. Instead of feeling overwhelmed by the magnitude of global challenges or your personal circumstances, you begin to understand that you have access to the same kind of transformative energy that was revealed through atomic research, but operating at the level of consciousness where all external changes originate. The impact on your daily decision-making process becomes profound when you realize that every choice to align with truth rather than fear, every moment of conscious contact with divine intelligence, every act of love, instead of judgment, is like splitting atoms at the spiritual level, releasing tremendous creative force that ripples out into your experience in ways you might not immediately recognize, but that ultimately reshape your entire reality. Now, I want to explore how this understanding of inner atomic energy connects to specific practices that allow you to consciously work with these spiritual forces, because knowing these principles intellectually is just the beginning of accessing their transformative power. Write in the comments, inner atomic power, if you're beginning to see how the unlimited creative potential within your own consciousness might be far greater than any external circumstances you're dealing with. The practical power of accessing your inner atomic energy becomes remarkably clear when you see it applied under the most extreme circumstances imaginable. Just before the D-Day invasion of Normandy, when Allied forces were preparing for what many knew could be their final hours on Earth, a military chaplain discovered something that would forever change his understanding of how consciousness affects reality. His soldiers were in a state of almost paralyzing tension. Some were vomiting from anxiety, others were trembling uncontrollably, and many were staring into space with the hollow look of men who had already accepted their death. Traditional comfort and reassurance had no impact on this level of terror. These weren't ordinary fears that could be reasoned away or soothed with gentle words. These men were facing the very real possibility of violent death within hours, and their nervous systems were responding accordingly. But this chaplain had learned something about what Fox called scientific prayer that went far beyond conventional religious comfort. Instead of trying to calm their fears through distraction or false optimism, he gathered his soldiers and had them repeat together for 10 solid minutes, "God is here. God is my strength. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." What happened next demonstrates the tangible power of consciousness aligned with spiritual principle. The atmosphere in that military unit underwent a transformation that defied conventional explanation. The fear didn't magically disappear, but it became enveloped by what witnesses described as an inexplicable peace that seemed to emanate from something larger than any individual soldier. This reveals the profound difference between what most people call prayer and what Fox identified as scientific prayer. The majority of religious practice treats prayer as supplication, essentially begging a distant deity to intervene in circumstances beyond human control. It's often a desperate exhibition of helplessness, asking God to change external situations because we feel powerless to influence them ourselves. But scientific prayer operates from a completely different understanding of how consciousness interfaces with divine intelligence. It's not about trying to convince God to do something different. It's about conscious mental alignment, where your soul recognizes spiritual reality as more fundamental than physical appearance. You're not seeking to change God's mind. You're aligning your consciousness with truth that already exists at the spiritual level. Behind the scenes of this practice is a sophisticated understanding of how fear operates and how it can be dissolved through contact with something larger than the ego's survival concerns. When those soldiers repeated "God is here" with focused intention, they weren't trying to imagine God appearing on the battlefield. They were activating their awareness of a presence that was already there, had always been there, and would remain there regardless of external circumstances. The transformation from terror to peace happened because their consciousness shifted from identification with their vulnerable physical bodies to recognition of their connection to something indestructible. This wasn't denial of the very real dangers they were facing. It was accessing a level of identity that transcended those dangers without being destroyed by them. The journey from fear-based to principle-based consciousness happens through this same process of alignment. Every time you catch yourself spiraling into anxiety about future possibilities and redirect your attention to present moment truth, You're practicing the same technique that created peace among soldiers facing almost certain death. Every moment you choose to align with God is here, rather than disaster is coming, you're accessing the same spiritual technology. Now, I want to explore how this principle of consciousness alignment extends beyond crisis situations into everyday transformation, because the same spiritual energy that can create peace in war zones can also dissolve the more ordinary fears that keep people trapped in limitation and struggle. Write in the comments, God is here now, if you're beginning to see how this kind of consciousness alignment could transform your relationship with whatever fears are currently dominating your thoughts about the future. The spiritual technology that created peace among soldiers facing death proves just as powerful when applied to civilian populations under extreme duress. During the London Blitz, when German bombers were systematically targeting British cities night after night, something remarkable was happening in homes across the capital. While most families huddled in underground shelters or reinforced basements, waiting for the all-clear signals, certain households discovered a different kind of protection that had nothing to do with concrete and steel. These families found their serenity not in physical underground shelters, but in what Fox called thought refuge, affirmed in God. Every evening, as air raid sirens began their haunting wail and searchlights swept the skies, they would gather together and repeat Psalm 91 with focused intention. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. They weren't just reciting words. They were creating spiritual shielding for their homes through what could only be described as interior armoring. The transformation in their experience was profound and measurable. While their neighbors spent sleepless nights consumed with terror, these families reported sleeping peacefully, even during the heaviest bombing raids. The external circumstances hadn't changed. The same bombs were falling, the same sirens were screaming, the same fires were burning across London. But their internal experience had been completely revolutionized through conscious alignment with spiritual truth. Behind the scenes of this extraordinary peace was a systematic approach to dissolving fear that anyone can learn and apply. The process they were using, whether they understood it intellectually or not, follows a precise sequence that works with the mechanics of how consciousness creates emotional experience. It begins with the courage to name your fear clearly, rather than hiding from it or pretending it doesn't exist. Most people try to avoid looking directly at what they're afraid of, but this actually gives the fear more power over their mental state. The journey from terror to tranquility continues with conscious breath work connected to spiritual affirmation. As you breathe deeply, you repeat internally, my peace I give you, allowing the rhythm of breath and truth to calm your nervous system at the physiological level. This isn't just mental exercise. It's working with the body's natural capacity to shift from fight or flight activation to parasympathetic restoration through conscious breathing combined with spiritual focus. The hidden power in this process emerges when you write your fear down on paper, making it concrete and visible rather than allowing it to remain as a vague, overwhelming cloud in your consciousness. Something powerful happens when you externalize internal anxiety by putting it in writing. You're no longer wrestling with something invisible and indefinable. You're looking at specific words on paper that you can work with systematically. The transformation becomes complete when you flip that written fear into its opposite truth affirmation. Instead of, I'm afraid I'll lose my job, you write, divine intelligence guides me to perfect employment. Instead of, I'm terrified about my health, you write, God's life flows through me as perfect vitality. You're not denying the fear, you're recognizing the truth that the fear was obscuring. The final step involves repeating this truth affirmation 3 times with complete conviction, then burning the paper containing the original fear. This isn't superstition. It's providing your subconscious mind with a clear signal that you're choosing to release the old mental pattern and embrace the new one. the burning, represents transformation, not destruction. Now, I want to explore how this fear dissolution process connects to something even deeper, the role of imagination as a divine faculty that can either trap you in limitation or free you into unlimited creative possibility. Write in the comments, spiritual shielding active, if you're ready to start using these consciousness alignment techniques to transform your own relationship with fear and uncertainty. The spiritual shielding techniques that protected families during the London Blitz reveal something profound about one of the most misunderstood and undervalued capabilities of human consciousness. What most people dismiss as imagination, treating it like an artist's luxury or children's distraction, is actually one of the soul's most elevated faculties. Through imagination, you don't just entertain yourself or escape reality. You actively participate in forming your experience by working with the same creative forces that shape all of physical reality. Everything you can see in the visible world, every invention, every building, every piece of technology, every work of art, every social institution was first a mental image in someone's consciousness before it became a physical reality. This isn't metaphorical, it's describing the actual sequence through which all manifestation occurs. The invisible realm of imagination is where all visible forms originate, which means your capacity to form clear, sustained mental images is actually your capacity to participate consciously in the creative process of reality itself. The transformation from accidental to intentional creation happens when you recognize imagination not as fantasy or wishful thinking, but as spiritual technology for working with the fundamental laws of manifestation. This understanding completely revolutionizes your approach to goal achievement and problem solving, because you're no longer trying to force external changes through effort alone. You're working at the level where all external changes begin, in the realm of mental imagery and sustained visualization. Thomas Edison's breakthrough with the incandescent light bulb provides a perfect example of how imagination operates as practical spiritual technology. Before finding the adequate filament that would allow his bulb to burn consistently, Edison had already seen the light burning perfectly in his imagination. This wasn't casual daydreaming or hopeful fantasy. He sustained that inner vision, mentally toured it, spent time visualizing lamps burning with constant intensity in homes and streets and factories. The inner image guided him through thousands of failed experiments, like a lighthouse guiding ships through fog. Behind the scenes of Edison's persistence was something more powerful than determination or intellectual analysis. He wasn't just trying different materials randomly and hoping for the best. He was following an inner blueprint that already existed in perfect form within his consciousness. Every failed experiment was actually a step toward manifesting what he had already seen clearly in the realm of imagination. The journey from struggle to breakthrough happens when you understand that your imagination isn't separate from the creative intelligence of the universe. It's how that intelligence communicates with you and works through you to bring new possibilities into form. The clearer and more sustained your mental images become, the more precisely you can direct the creative forces of reality toward manifesting specific outcomes. This reveals why so many people experience frustration with visualization techniques and positive thinking methods. They try to use imagination for a few minutes a day while spending the rest of their time thinking about all the reasons why their goals are impossible. But imagination works through sustained focus, not sporadic effort. Edison didn't visualize his light bulb once and then forget about it. He lived with that image, returned to it constantly, refined it through repeated mental rehearsal until it became more real to him than his current circumstances. The hidden truth is that you're using imagination constantly, whether you're aware of it or not. Every worry about the future is imagination. Every anxious scenario you rehearse mentally is imagination. Every limiting belief about what's possible for your life is imagination. The question isn't whether you're using this faculty, the question is whether you're using it intentionally to create what you want or accidentally to create what you fear. Now, I want to explore how this understanding of imagination as spiritual technology connects to specific practices for receiving divine guidance and direction in your daily decision-making, because the same faculty that can manifest light bulbs can also illuminate the path forward when you're facing uncertainty about which choices to make. Write in the comments, "Inner lighthouse," if you're beginning to see how your imagination could be the spiritual technology that guides you toward manifesting the life you actually want to experience. The spiritual technology of imagination becomes even more powerful when you learn to apply it systematically to your daily experience through what Fox called anticipatory walk meditation. This practice bridges the gap between understanding imagination as creative principle and using it as precision tool for shaping your immediate future. Each night before sleeping, when your conscious mind is naturally quieting and your subconscious is becoming more receptive, you close your eyes and visualize a golden path extending before you, representing tomorrow's unfolding day. The transformation happens as you mentally walk this path, not as passive observer, but as active participant, imagining specific scenes of tomorrow. You see yourself resolving challenging situations with perfect calm, receiving unexpected good news, acting with crystal clarity in decisions that seemed confusing before. You're not trying to control every detail of how your day unfolds, but you're establishing the general quality and direction of experience you want to have. Behind the scenes of this practice is sophisticated programming of your subconscious mind with clear instructions about what to manifest. Your sleeping consciousness takes these images and begins orchestrating circumstances, opportunities, and encounters that align with your visualized intentions. People often report that their days begin flowing with unusual synchronicity and ease after establishing this nightly practice, not because they're controlling external events, but because they're aligning their consciousness with creative intelligence. But here's where the revelation becomes even more profound. Your individual imagination practices don't just affect your personal experience, they contribute to what Fox identified as the collective mental atmosphere that shapes social reality. Every person who learns to use imagination consciously rather than accidentally is helping to counter one of the most destructive forces operating in human society today, the transmission of fear through collective consciousness. The journey from individual transformation to social healing happens when you understand that no crisis exists that isn't fundamentally fed by fear at the collective level. Fear operates like a great invisible virus, contaminating masses of people, spreading through what can only be described as psychic contagion. It's a vibration that transmits from consciousness to consciousness, amplifies through media and conversation, and installs itself in individual minds when people forget their divine origin and begin identifying with limitation rather than infinite possibility. Social fear isn't just individual anxiety multiplied by millions. It's a distinct phenomenon that emerges when collective consciousness operates from what Fox called the separation illusion. When groups of people begin thinking of themselves as isolated, vulnerable entities at the mercy of forces beyond their control, they create a shared mental atmosphere that actually attracts and manifests the very conditions they're afraid of experiencing. The hidden truth is that mass hysteria, economic panics, social unrest, and collective anxiety patterns are all manifestations of this separation consciousness spreading through populations like a contagious mental disease. People unconsciously pick up fear vibrations from others, amplify them through their own worry patterns, and broadcast them to still more people through their conversations, social media posts, and general emotional state. But the same mechanism that allows fear to spread can also transmit peace, confidence, and divine consciousness when individuals learn to maintain alignment with spiritual truth, regardless of collective mental currents. Every person who practices the golden key method, who maintains present moment awareness, who uses imagination to create rather than worry, becomes a transmission point for healing
teamwork
energy
do make the dream work, man. Family, bro.
Energy. The impact on social transformation becomes exponential when you realize that one person operating from Christ consciousness can neutralize the fear patterns of hundreds of people operating from separation consciousness. Your individual spiritual practices aren't just personal development. They're acts of social service that help restore collective sanity. Now, I want to explore how this understanding of individual consciousness affecting collective reality connects to practical techniques for dissolving the specific fear patterns that keep entire societies trapped in cycles of conflict and scarcity. Write in the comments, Golden Path Walker, if you're beginning to see how your individual spiritual practices could be contributing to healing the collective fear patterns that create social problems. The transmission of healing energy through collective consciousness happens through a force
just 'cause everybody doing what they all do. If one thing I know, I fall but I grow. I'm walking down this road of mine, this road that I go home. So am I wrong for thinking that we could be something for real? Now am I wrong for trying to reach the things that I can't see? That's just how I feel. That's just how I feel. That's just how I tell me I'm wrong. I don't wanna be right. If you tell me I'm wrong, I don't wanna be right. If you tell me I'm wrong, I don't wanna be right. For thinking that we could be something for real. Now am I wrong for trying to reach the things that I can't see? But that's just how I feel. That's just how I feel. That's just how I feel. Trying to reach the things that I can't see. So am I wrong for thinking that we could be something for real? Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, now am I wrong for trying to reach the things that I can't see? Oh yeah, 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 yeah. That's just how I feel. That's just how I feel. That's just how I feel. Trying to reach the things that I can't see.
Hey, I've been thinking, I want you to be happier. I want you to be happier. When the morning comes and we see what we've become. In the cold light of day, we're a flame in the wind, not the fire that we begun. Every argument, every word we can't take back. Cause with all that has happened, I think that we both know the way that the story ends. Then only for a minute I want to change my mind, cause this just don't feel right to me. I wanna raise your spirits, I want to see you smile. No, that means I'll have to leave. No, that means I'll have to leave. Lately, I've been thinking, I want you to be happier. I want you to be happier. When the evening falls and I'm left there with my thoughts, and the image of you being with someone else, well, it's eating me up inside. But we ran our course, we pretended we're okay. Now if we jump together, at least we can swim far away from the wreck we made. Then only for a minute I want to change my mind, cause this just don't feel right to me. I wanna raise your spirits, I want to see you smile. No, that means I'll have to leave. No, that means I'll have to leave. Lately, I've been thinking, I want you to be happier. I want you to be happier. So I'll go. I will go. So I'll go. I will go. Lately, I've been thinking, I want you to be happier. I want you to be happier. Even though I might not like this, I think that you'll be happier. I want you to be happier. Then only for a minute I want to change my mind, cause this just don't feel right to me. I wanna raise your spirits, I want to see you smile. No, that means I'll have legends and the myths, Achilles and his gold, Achilles and his gifts, Spider-Man's control, and Batman with his fists. And clearly I don't see myself upon that list. But she said, where'd you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gifts, some superhero, some fairy tale bliss. Just something I can turn to, somebody I can kiss. I want something just like this. Oh, I want something just like this. Oh, I want something just like this. I want something just like this. I've been reading books of old, the legends and the myths, the testaments they told, the moon its eclipse, and Superman unrolls the suit before he lived. But I'm not the kind of person that it fits. She said, where'd you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gifts, some superhero, some fairy tale bliss. Just something I can turn to, somebody I can miss. I want something just like this. I want something just like this. Oh, I want something just like this. I want something just like this. Where'd you wanna go? How much you wanna risk? I'm not looking for somebody with some superhuman gifts, some superhero, some fairy tale bliss. Just something I can turn to, somebody I can kiss. I want something just like this. Oh, I want something just like this. Oh, I want something just like this. Oh, I want something just like this.
Place the springs into the left of the sequence and stretch the springs so they reach the frame hole just to the left. It only wants us to do
Hey, I was doing just fine before I met you. I drink too much and that's an issue, but I'm okay. Hey, you tell your friends it was nice to meet them, but I hope I never see them again. I know it breaks your heart. Moved to the city and I broke down crying. 4 years, no calls. Now you're looking pretty in a hotel bar, and I can't stop. No, I can't stop. So baby, pull me closer in the backseat of your Rover that I know you can't afford. Bite that tattoo on your shoulder. Pull the sheets right off the corner. day I met you. I forgot just why I left you. I was insane. Stay and play that Blink-182 song that we beat to death in Tucson. Okay. I know it breaks your heart. Moved to the city and I broke down crying. 4 years no call. Now I'm looking pretty in a hotel bar, and I can't stop. No, I can't stop. So baby, pull me closer in the backseat of your Rover that I know you can't afford. Bite that tattoo on your shoulder. Pull the sheets right off the corner of the mattress that you stole from your roommate back in Boulder. We ain't never getting older. We ain't never getting older. We ain't never getting older. So baby, pull me closer in the backseat of your Rover that I know you can't afford. Bite that tattoo on your shoulder. Pull the sheets right off the corner of that mattress that you stole from your roommate back in Boulder. We ain't never getting older. 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 We ain't never getting older.
Good. And cut. That's a wrap, baby. All right, cut. Guys, are you kidding me? Are you getting this? Look at this. Never even cut. That's what happens when you work with couples. Oh my gosh. I'm out of here. Didn't know we were making a porno.
I need you to put this over here before I get home.
Yeah, I'd rather be a lover than a fighter. Cause all my life I've been fighting. Never felt a feeling of comfort. All this time I've been hiding. And I never had someone to come on. Oh, nah, I'm so used to shit. Love only left me alone. But I'm at one with the silence. I found peace in your vibes. Can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been quiet for too long. I found peace in your vibes. Can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been silent for too long. I've been quiet for too long. I've been quiet for too long. I found peace in your vibes. Can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been quiet for too long. I'm in need of a savior, but I'm not asking for favors. My whole life I feel like a burden. I think too much and I hate it. I'm so used to being in the wrong. I'm tired of caring. Loving never gave me a home. So I sit here in the silence. I found peace in your vibes. Can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been quiet for too long. I found peace in your violence. Can't tell me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been silent for too long. I've been quiet for too long. I've been quiet for too long. I found peace in your violence. Can't show me there's no point in trying. I'm at one, and I've been quiet for too long.
Oh shit, my man said this to that. Euphoria. Them superpowers get neutralized. I can only watch in silence. The famous actor we once knew is looking paranoid and now spiraling. You're moving just like a degenerate. Heavy antique is feeling distasteful. Why calculate you not as calculated? I can even predict your angle. Fabricate stories on the family front, cause you heard Mr. Morale. A pathetic master manipulator. I can smell the tails on you now. You're not a rap artist, you're a scam artist with the hopes of being accepted. Tommy Hilfiger stood out, but FUBU never had been your collection. I make music that electrify 'em. You make music that pacify 'em. I can double down on that line, but spare you this time. There's random acts of kindness. Know you're a master manipulator and habitual liar too. But don't tell no lie about me, and I won't tell truths about you. Yeah, I'm out the way, yeah, I'm low, okay. Yeah, the island right here is remote, okay. I ain't thinking about no reaper, nigga, I'm reaping what I sow, okay. Got a Benjamin and a Jackson all in my house. Joe, okay, Hellcat. Met his homeboys in them types, LA solo, okay. Everybody wanna be demon till they get chipped, throw away. And I might do a show at once a lame, always a lame. Oh, you thought the money, the power of fame will make you go. Have you ever played? Have you ever? Okay, nigga, let's play. Have you ever walked your enemy down like with a poker? Have you ever paid $500 like to an open case? Well, I have, and I failed at both, but I came out straight. I hate when I rap or talk about guns, then somebody turn it to nuns, then hop online like pray for my city. He faking for likes and digital hugs. His daddy a killer, he wanna be junior. They must have forgot the shit that they done. Dementia must run in his family, but let it get shaky. I park your son. The very first time I shot me and Drake, the homie had told me that aim it this way. I didn't point down enough. Today I show you I learned from those mistakes. Somebody had told me that you got a ring. On God, I'm ready to double the wage. I'd rather do that than let a Canadian nickel make turn in his grave. Cut the business, you got shit twisted. What is it, the brakes? I hurt your feelings, you don't work with me no more. There's 3 ghosts left, and I see 2 of them kissing and hugging on stage. I love them to death. 8 bars, I'll explain that phrase. It's nothing nobody can tell me. I don't wanna talk on no celly. You know I got language barriers. There's no accent you can sell me. You're cold and I know I'm a selfish nigga. The crown is heavy. I pray they my real friends. If not, I'm YNW. I don't like you popping shit at Pharrell. For him, I inherit the beef. Yeah, fuck all that pushing P. Let me see you push a T. You better off spinning again on him. You think about pushing me. He's Terrence Thorne, I'm Terrence Crawford. Yeah, I'm whooping We ain't gotta get personal, this a friendly fade, you should keep it that way. I know some shit about niggas that make gonna wanna look like a saint. This ain't been about critics, not about gimmicks, not about who the greatest. It's always been about love and hate. Now let me say I'm the biggest hater. I hate the way that you walk, the way that you talk, I hate the way that you dress. I hate the way that you sneak this. If I catch flight, redirect. We hate the bitches you fuck, cause fuse themselves with real women. Then notice I said we, it's not just me, I'm what the culture feeling. How many more fairy tale stories about your life till we had enough? How many more black features till you finally feel that you're black enough? I like Drake with the melodies, I don't like Drake when he act tough. You gon' make a nigga bring back Puff. Let me see if Chubbs really crashed. The first one like my last one. It's a classic, you don't have one. Let your core audience stomach that. Tell them where you get your abs from. V12, it's a fast one. Last one. Headshot for the year. You better walk around like Daft Punk. Remember? Hey, Top Dog, who the fuck they think they playing with? Extortion, my middle name. As soon as you jump off of that plane, bitch. I'm allergic to the lame shit. Only you like being famous. Yachty can't give you no swag neither. I don't give a fuck. Hang with. Hate the way that you walk, the way that you talk, the way that you dress. Surprise you, feature request. You know that we shit to address. I even hate when you say the word nigga, but that's just me, I guess. Some shit just cringeworthy. Ain't even gotta be deep, I guess. Still love when you see success. Everything with me is blessed. Keep making me dance, waving my hand, and it won't be no threat. I'm knowing they call you the boy, but where's the man? Cause I ain't seen him yet. Matter of fact, I ain't even bleed him yet. Can I bleed him? See you stand by sexy red. I believe you see two bad bitches. I believe you don't like women. It's real competition. You might pop ass with them. Let's speak on percentage. Show me your splits. I'll make sure I double back with you. Signed to a nigga that signed to a nigga that said he was signed to that nigga. Cease and desist on a like that record. Oh, what, you ain't like that? Back to back. I like that. I'ma get back to that. For the why would I call around trying to get dirt on niggas? Y'all think of my life as that's whole shit. I got a son to raise, but I can see you don't know nothing about waking them up. Know nothing about tell them to pray. Know nothing about God. And giving them tools to walk through life like day by day. Know nothing about God. Teaching them morals, integrity, discipline. Listen, man, you don't know nothing about that. Speaking the truth and consider what God's considering. You don't know nothing about 20v1. This 1v20. If I gotta smack niggas that right with you. Yeah, bring them out too. I clean them out too. Tell Bean that he better stay right with you. Am I battling ghosts or AI? Feeling like Joel Austin. Funny, he was in a film called AI. 666 telling me to off him. I'm a blick niggas all in the coffee. OB-ho niggas is dick riding. Run to America to imitate. They can't imitate this violence. What I learned is niggas don't like the West Coast, and I'm fine with it. I'll push the line with it. The nigga off one at a time with it. We can be on a 3-hour time difference. Don't speak on the family, Crody. You can get deep in the family, Crody. Talk about me and my family, Crody. Someone go bleed in your family, Crody. I'll be at Newhall King eating fried rice with a dip sauce and a blammy, Crody. Tell me you're cheesing. We can do this right now on the camera, Crody. Fuck y'all niggas. I don't trust y'all niggas. I wave one finger and thump y'all niggas like, Field goal punt y'all niggas, they punk y'all niggas. Nobody never took my food. Fucking with them, fuck the industry too. If you take it there, I'm taking it further. Psst, that's something you don't wanna do. Ooh, we don't wanna hear you say nigga no more. We don't wanna hear you say nigga no more. Stop.
Feeling my way through the darkness, guided by a beating heart. I can't tell where the journey will end, but I know where to start. Life will pass me by if I don't open up my eyes. So that's fine by me. So wake me up when it's all over. When I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself in love. Didn't know I was lost. So wake me up when it's all over. When I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself and I didn't know I was lost. I tried carrying the weight of the world, but I only had two hands. Hope I get the chance to travel the world, but I don't have any plans. Wish that I could stay forever this young, not afraid to close my eyes. Life's a game made for everyone, and love is the prize. So wake me up when it's all over. When I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself, and I didn't know I was lost. So wake me up when it's all over. When I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself, and I didn't know I was lost. Didn't know I was lost. I didn't know I was lost. I didn't know I was lost. Didn't know.
Crashing, hit a wall. Right now, I need a miracle. Hurry up now, I need a miracle. Stranded, reaching out. I call your name, but you're not around.
Thanks, man. I swear, John, brother, you feel me? We just chilling, relaxing right now. Man, we building, man, build.
When I need motivation, my one solution is my queen, cause she stays strong.
I love you even more.
Always in my corner, crying.
Impossible.
Girls are tempting, but I'm empty when you're gone. And they say, do you need me? Do you think I'm pretend? Do I make you feel like cheating? I'm like,
Fast, we out here, man.
because I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. She walks like a model. She grants my wishes like a genie in a bottle. Yeah, yeah, 'cause I'm the wizard of love, and I got the magic wand. All these other girls are tempting, but I'm empty when you're gone. And they say, do you need me? Do you think I'm pretend? Do I make you feel like cheating? I'm like, oh, starting because I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. She gives me love and affection. Baby, did I mention you're the only girl for me? No, I don't need a next one. Mama loves you too. She thinks I made the right selection. Now all that's left to do is just for me to pop the question. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her. Oh, I think that I found myself a cheerleader. She is always right there when I need her.
He said it's the outer strap so that one strap is on the position, the inner strap so that one strap is straight. He's right now trying to strap them both. Because if you tie the knots, you'll have to try to find the line.
When you know and your knees can't rise, you feel helpless and you look into the sky. Some people would say
I found it to
to
myself.
accept defeat. Well, if it's fate, then we'll find a way to cheat. 'Cause we'll say a little prayer. And if the answer isn't fair, you can call me when you need some.
It's no dependence on words and letters. Direct pointing to the human mind and seeing into one's own nature and becoming Buddha.
It's all good. Hi.
You're going to the left of the
Me, I didn't go in any particular direction.
Does deal with a domain of experience that can't be talked about. But one must remember at the same time that there's really nothing at all that can be talked about adequately. And the whole art of poetry.
That's way in the air, you feel me? As arrogance. I mean, inheritance, you hear me?
Feels when he gets to the end of
inheritance, I'm finna put him in the air
there's
again.
Something absolutely essential that was left out. So Zen has always described itself as a finger pointing at the moon.
Finna put them airs in the air again as inheritance.
In the Sanskrit saying, Tat Tvamasi, that art thou. Zen is concerned with that.
The mother and the father are one thing. Refuse the confusion. Mother, father is the same thing. It's the same mother, father. Mother, father, you mother, father.
In disguise, and disguised so well that you've forgotten.
The mother and the father are spirit. There is no physical difference in the non-physical realm. All right? There is no physical difference in the non-physical realm. The mother and the father are the same one spiritual truth. All right? There's no, it's androgynous. It's male, female, boy, girl, man, woman, whatever. The whole total thing. Yin, yang. There is no physical difference in the non-physical realm. You feel me? Facts. Facts. One thing.
But unfortunately, ideas like the ultimate ground of being, the self, Brahman, ultimate reality, the great void, all that is very, very abstract talk. And Zen is concerned with a much more direct way of coming to an understanding of that, or thatness, as it's called, tathata in Sanskrit. I think, first of all, the appeal of Zen lies in its unusual quality of humor. Religions aren't, as a rule, humorous in any way. Religions are serious. And when one looks at Zen art and reads Zen stories, it is quite apparent that something is going on here which isn't serious in the ordinary sense, however sincere it may be. The next thing I think that has appealed to Westerners is that Zen has no doctrines. There is nothing you have to believe, and it doesn't moralize at you very much. It's not particularly concerned with morals at all. It's a field of inquiry rather like physics. And you don't expect a physicist to discuss authoritatively about morals, even though as a human being he has moral interests and problems. But as a physicist, he is not a moral authority. Or if you go to an oculist or ophthalmologist to have your eyes adjusted, that is so you can see clearly. And Zen is spiritual ophthalmology. Zen has been described as when hungry eat, when tired sleep. And when the student got that description, he said, well, doesn't everybody do that? And the master said they don't. When hungry, they don't just eat, but think of 10,000 things. When tired, they don't just sleep, but dream innumerable dreams. The fascination of Zen to the West is that it promises a sudden insight into something that is always supposed to take years and years and years. The psychoanalysts, if you're mixed up, they tell you the troubles you've got yourself into over all these years can't be undone in a day. And therefore it will take many, many sessions, maybe twice a week for several years for you to get straightened out. The Christians say that if you embark on a path of spiritual discipline, you get yourself a spiritual director and submit yourself to the will of God, but you may not get into the high states of contemplative prayer for very many years. The Hindus, the Vedanta Society people, the Buddhists also say will require many long years of meditation, very hard concentration, very difficult practice, and stern discipline. And then maybe you will make enough progress in this life to become a monk in your next life. And then you'll make enough progress to enter some of the preliminary stages leading to Buddhahood. But it's all likely to take you many, many incarnations. But when this artist Hasegawa was asked, how does one see into Zen? He said, it may take you 3 seconds. It may take you 30 years. I mean that. This book called the Mumonkan, which means the gateless gate, contains such stories as the student, I say student rather than monk, because Zen students are not monks in our sense of the word monk. Our monks take life vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. And to make the grade, you're expected to spend your whole life in the monastic state. But I call the Zen monk a student because he's more like a student in a theological seminary. He may stay much longer than the usual 3 years. He may stay 30 years or so. But it's always possible for him to leave with dignity and to graduate and to go into lay life or become a regular priest who keeps charge of a temple, can get married and have a family. And only very few graduates of a Zen monastery become Roshi. That Roshi means simply old teacher. That is the man in charge of the spiritual development of the students. So one of these students in the book says to the master Joshu, I have been here in this monastery for some time and I've had no instruction from him. The master said, have you had breakfast? Yes. Then go wash your bowl. And the monk was awakened. Another story in this book concerns a master who said, when a cow walks out of the enclosure, the corral, the horns and head, the four legs and the body all get through, but not the tail. How is it that the tail can't get through? And nobody could answer this. Another story tells of a certain master called Baijan, who was so good that he had hundreds of students, and they couldn't all be housed in one monastery. So he had to find one of the students who could also be a master. And so he arranged a test. He put down a pitcher in front of them all and said, without making an assertion or without making a denial, tell me, what is this? And the senior monk said it couldn't be called a piece of wood. The teacher didn't accept this answer. But the monastery cook came forward and kicked the pitcher over and walked away. And he got the job. All these stories resemble jokes in this sense. A joke is told to make you laugh. When you get the point of a joke, you laugh spontaneously. But if the point has to be explained to you, you don't laugh so well, you force a laugh. There is some kind of sudden impact between the punchline and the laugh. And so in exactly the same way with these stories, there is expected to be something else than laughter, which is sudden insight into the nature of being. When an inquirer about Zen came to a master, often, they approach the Zen master with a kind of key question. What is the fundamental principle of Buddhism? Or why did the bearded barbarian come from the West? Because Zen is supposed to have been brought into China by a Hindu named Bodhidharma. Bodhidharma is always represented as having a huge bushy beard, very fierce eyes. Now, Bodhidharma always insisted that he had nothing to teach. And so, why did he come? That's one of the fundamental questions. When he first came to China, sometime a little before 500 AD, he was interviewed by the Emperor Wu of Liang. The emperor was a great patron of Buddhism. He said, "We have caused many monasteries to be built, monks and nuns to be ordained, and the scriptures to be translated into Chinese. What is the merit of this?" And Bodhidharma said, "No merit whatever." Well, that really set the emperor back, because the popular understanding of Buddhism is that you do good things like that, religious things, and you acquire merit. And this leads you to better lives in the future, so that you will eventually become liberated. And so he was completely set back. So he said, well, what is the first principle of the holy doctrine? And Bodhidharma said, vast emptiness and nothing holy. Or in vast emptiness there is nothing holy. So the emperor said, who is it then that stands before us? The implication being, aren't you supposed to be a holy man? And Bodhidharma said, I don't know. Now, it is saying too much, I warn you, to say that Zen is trying to point to the physical universe so that you can look at it without forming ideas about it. That is saying too much, but it is the general idea. It's in the direction of being the right idea. Zen people speak of the virtue of what they call mushin, which means no mind, or munen, no thought. This is not an anti-intellectual attitude. The ordinary simple person is just as bamboo thinking as a university professor. Think intellectually in a no-think way. That's the art. It doesn't mean not to have any thoughts at all. It means not to be fooled by thoughts, not to be hypnotized by the forms of speech and images that we have for the world, not to be hypnotized by them into thinking that that is the way the world really is. So if I say this is a fan, it isn't. To begin with, fan is a noise, and this doesn't make the noise fan. But it can be many other things than a fan. It could be a back scratcher. Very well. All sorts of things. Don't let words limit the possibilities of life. Actually, this fan has an inscription on it written by a Zen master who is 100 years old. And it says, I don't understand, I don't know anything about it. So anybody who says that he knows what Zen is a fraud. Nobody knows. Just like you don't know who you are. All this business about your name and your accomplishments, your certificates, what your friends say about you, you know very well that's not you.
Nah, y'all, the phone got overheated in the sunlight, y'all. My bad. Sun overheated the phone, man. You know that sun make it harder on technology. Yeah. We back. Y'all don't hear me? Can you hear me? All right, yeah. Nah, it's too hot outside for the sun. Too much direct sunlight. All right, it's love, man. Y'all put some love on the live, man. Y'all subscribe, man. I'm finna go finish it up. Finna put this phone on the charger, put the phone in the AC. It's not y'all Wi-Fi. It's the sunlight. The sun's energy is too powerful for human technology. You feel me? Because everything using energy heating up. The sun heating it up. It's just overheating inside and out, man. Too much heat. It's like when you work out, your body produce heat on the inside. This phone get to using the electricity inside the phone. It need to be cooled off. That's why most people computers have a fan. Keep the electricity from overheating. But then it's getting beamed on by the outside too, so. My boy says it's raining over there. It's not raining over here, man. We just building right now. Man, I hope y'all was able to appreciate some of the vibes we had, some of the music, man. We built. My boy said, "What you got going on today?" Building a trampoline for the family. Right quick, I need to go back outside and get on it. But my phone overheating in the heat, man. We jamming that Alan Watts, man. We've been listening to some Emmett Fox. You know what I'm saying? We've been listening to some who my other boy I had on? James something, I can't remember right now. It's love. But I'm about to put this phone in the like I say, man, I gotta put the phone on the charger, let it cool down, and I'll hit y'all with another episode of the GhODCast. Hi, baby. Oh, that was perfect. Joseph Murphy. I appreciate that, Bobby Webster. Yeah, more than likely it was Joseph Murphy. Yeah, man. Yeah, shout out to the ones, man. Shout out to them chosen ones that, let it God flow through them. Put it into documentation, man. Boys made books. Boys build communities. It's our turn. Just like they build communities, we build in our community of like minds. Man, I appreciate that love. John, brother said, spend quality family time. Great father and husband. Facts. With first time father, first time husband, first time, no mentors, no guidance, just trial and error, and somebody who loved me through the growing pains. Facts. I done been left. We done had You know what I'm saying? Relationships in, man, shout out to my wife. Shout out to my wife, man. Shout out to baby, man. Shout out to GhODCast for growing with me through the growing pains, man. Shout out to GhODCast for growing with me through the growing pains. I love you, my son. Facts. Man, I appreciate that love, Casey, because we learning through the growing pains, man. Shout out to my son, man, my babies, man. They love us regardless. They love us while we trying to figure it out. I swear they love us while we trying to figure it out, man. You feel me? So shout out to the babies for the unconditional love, man, and the patience. Cause they know, man, hey, human parents be having to learn the hard way. Facts. Shout out to KO. I always say you my twin. That's my twin. That's my baby God. God made us with his DNA. You know what I'm saying? We got God DNA over here. That's love. It's my big boy. Saved my life. My son saved my life.
I love you.
I love you, my son. Facts. Nah, for real. Kids help you turn your life around, man. Kids save your life. My son saved my life. Fact, Moa said, we ain't perfect, but the kids think we are. I swear, man, so we do our best for the babies, man. Thank God that God sent us angels to help us get our little act together. You know what I'm saying? Help us get our little mind right. If you ain't a parent, if you ain't a father, you wouldn't know the feeling. If you just a single and you single, ready to mingle, and you ain't got kids, and you hopping from one partner to the next partner, and you can't really understand what it's like to be God. Because I have kids, because I have a son, I know what God feels like to be a father. You know what I'm saying? Because I have a son, I know exactly what God feels like as a father. Shout out to Father.
Do I kind of look like Brooklyn?
Yep, of course. Of course you do. But yeah, I appreciate y'all. I love y'all, man. My wife waiting on me outside to go finish helping doing the job, man. We finna get this job done. And I'll holler at y'all on the next episode of the GhODCast. Y'all rewatch this GhODCast, man. I put some audio books on there for y'all. Y'all can enjoy. Yup. Huh?
The trampoline is almost done.
Alright, that's a bit.
I want to go check on it.
Facts. Adults are overgrown children. Overgrown. Over the word over. Yeah, that's adultery. Alright? Adults are adultering. So cut out the adultery. Alright? Facts. We don't want to be an adulterous nation. We don't want to be adulterous. Facts. Definitely y'all rewatch the live, man. I put them audio books on there for y'all. So y'all get y'all pens and pads. Write it down. Hey, take control of your algorithm. Get your algorithm to put you up on game, man. We outside. We walking in the spirit world. Spirit first. Spirit over everything. I appreciate that, Rad Fit. That's love. Appreciate you, Ryan. I don't know how to pronounce that last name right now. I ain't gonna lie, too tired for that. Appreciate you, K Dizzle. Shout out to everybody that came through the chat and chilled with us for a little while, man. I appreciate y'all putting love on the live. Y'all go be God. All right? God is your true identity. God is good. Go be good. As long as you being good, you being God, because God is good all the time. So every time you being good, you being God. So just go be good. Use your free will with God's law. Law-abiding citizens, man. Appreciate y'all. I love y'all. I'll see y'all on the next episode of the GhODCast. God therapy, shock jock therapy, esoteric therapy, spiritual therapy, mental therapy, psychotherapy. You feel me? Therapy, dog. Therapy. All right? Entertainment and therapeutic purposes only. Are you not entertained? Look at this glitter on my... I got glitter. That nigga shining over here, but shining on you, boy. All right, you stay up too, man. It's love. See y'all on the next episode.